Chapter 1819. Entrance. The first mountain god looked at Xiao He indifferently and said, "The Tsang Long Taoist has been cultivating for such a long time. Do you know everything he has experienced in his life? When I was suppressed, I wasn't famous. Later on, I created the myriad Tao undying divine body in the third layer. How did you hear about this in the outside world?" Xiao He frowned and stared at the first mountain god. It wanted to see if the first mountain god was telling the truth, but it couldn't see anything. Speaking up to this point, the first mountain god looked at Zhuowen and said, "Little guy, don't you want to know why Do Hua, the divine tomb master, and the rest of the powerhouses of the Central Plains came here? Don't you want to know what's hidden in the depths of the ancient battlefield? Also, where is Tsangjia from back then? Even the owner of the Fushi cauldron, Fushi, might be found here." Zhuowen was silent for a moment. He looked deeply at the first mountain god and said, "There's no free lunch in this world. What's your purpose in helping me?" "Don't worry. The Azure Dragon Hall is still suppressing me. As long as the Azure Dragon Hall is here, I will never do anything to you. I'm just very curious about the things in the depths of the ancient battlefield. What exactly is there in the depths? Don't you want to know?" The first mountain god said patiently. "It's that simple," Zhuowen said coldly. The first mountain god smiled and said, "It's that simple. Of course, if you're not interested in the depths of the ancient battlefield, then pretend I didn't say anything. The choice is yours." Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Xiao He and said seriously, "Xiao He, take us there." Xiao He looked deeply at Zhuowen. It could see the determination and stubbornness in Zhuowen's eyes. It sighed and said, "Can you tell me why you insist on going?" "A power that even gods fear. This power surpasses my imagination. Perhaps this power can help save Qin Shui," Zhuowen said with a wild look in his eyes. After learning that even the Saint Master Gugu was not confident that he could save Mu Qinshui, Zhuowen's heart was almost dead, but he did not give up. Although he did not know what kind of power existed within the heavenly armor planet, he knew that this power was something that even gods feared. Perhaps he could find a way to save Mu Qinshui from this power. Although this hope was extremely slim, Zhuowen firmly held onto it as if it was a life-saving straw. Even if he could not find the source of the powerful force, it would be a hope if he could find Tsangjia, the former #1 man in the heavenly armor continent. After all, Tsangjia was much more powerful than Zhuowen in terms of strength and knowledge. Maybe Tsangjia knew something that could balance yin and yang. It was with this kind of hope that Zhuowen did not hesitate to head to the entrance deep underground. With the protection of the first mountain god, he would undoubtedly have an extra layer of protection. Xiao He was silent. It looked deeply at Zhuowen and finally nodded. It was very clear about Zhuowen's character. Once he decided on something, even 10 bulls could not pull him back. Xiao He opened its mouth and spat out a jade slip. It said, "Back then, Shiji and Do Hua made a deal. After opening the ancient battlefield, Shiji obtained the location to the depths of the heavenly armor planet from Do Hua. I asked Shiji for a copy before." Zhuowen took the jade slip and hesitated for a while. He said, "Xiao He, since you asked Shiji for a copy of the jade slip, you should be planning to go, right?" Xiao He nodded, but it was rare for it to be silent. Zhuowen sighed softly. After spending so many years with Xiao He, he naturally understood Xiao He. After all, Tsangjia was Xiao He's master. It was more eager to enter the depths of the heavenly armor planet than Zhuowen. However, the reason why Xiao He did not say anything was probably because it was worried about Zhuowen's safety. After checking the jade slip, Zhuowen had a rough idea of the general direction of this place. "I know where the location is. Follow me." With that, Zhuowen stamped his right foot. Like a burst of green smoke, he instantly disappeared. Xiao He turned into a black light and entered Zhuowen's knowledge sea. The first mountain god leisurely followed behind Zhuowen. This was a decaying and cracked land. In the center of this land, there was a huge lake. The lake was so large that it seemed to be boundless. Strangely, the water in the lake was not clear blue, but as black as ink. Moreover, it emitted an unpleasant stench. Splash! Suddenly, the black water splashed violently. In the splashing water, an unknown huge tail appeared. Then it dived into the black water and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, some unknown creatures were hiding in the lake. It was a dangerous place. Whoosh! A long streak of light shot over. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was actually a huge beast within this long streak of light. On the back of this huge beast, there was a magnificent palace. In the hall stood 3 figures. They were the divine masters of the chaotic temple, Do Hua, Elder Gu, and Yuan Hongwen. Tao Tai landed on the shore of the lake. Elder Gu stared at the lake, filled with black water, and frowned. Divine Master, the entrance to the depths of the earth is this lake. Didn't the ancient books say that the entrance is a huge cave? That cave was blasted out by the divine masters in the past. Do Hua's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "If the records in the temple are correct, this is the entrance. After all, 10,000 years have passed. It is possible that the entrance has changed." Then Do Hua looked at Yuan Hongwen and said, "Hongwen, this place is filled with danger. When the time comes, you should enter the central divine palace. If the other chaotic war gods come, try your best to stop them from the shore. After all, the entrance is not something they can enter." Yuan Hongwen nodded and said, "Don't worry, Divine Master. Moreover, this place is so remote. If they don't know the location, they won't be able to find this place. There is no need to worry. Moreover, the chaotic war gods are just a group of juniors. They will only be courting death if they enter." Do Hua nodded and said, "Now let's wait for the others." After a short while, another 4 long rainbows flew over. The 4 long rainbows withdrew their brilliance and revealed 4 figures with grand auras. The 4 of them were the masters of the 4 battlefields. "Divine Master," the masters of the 4 battlefields cupped their fists at Do Hua. Then they landed near Do Hua and stared at the black lake in front of them solemnly. At their level of cultivation, they could naturally see how extraordinary and terrifying the Black Lake was. Not long after the masters of the 4 battlefields arrived, another dozen long rainbows flew over. These dozen figures cupped their fists at Do Hua and landed on the shore of the Black Lake not far away. These dozen figures were all heavenly immortal patriarchs of the Central Plains. Among them were He Wushang of the Royal Blade Clan, Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy Clan, Dong Fangxin of the Heavy Shield Clan, Kong Lianshuan of the Blood Sacrifice Clan, and Ji Wubbing of the Eternity Clan. This is the entrance to the depths of the Heavenly Armor Planet. He Wushang murmured in a low voice with excitement in his eyes. Not only He Wushang, but the other heavenly immortal patriarchs also had various expressions of excitement. They had seen the jade slip given by Do Hua and knew that the depths of the underground hid a power that even heavenly immortals feared. Although they didn't know what the power was, there was no doubt that there was a supreme treasure hidden under the heavenly armor planet. Even though the strength of these heavenly immortal patriarchs was much weaker than Do Hua and the other true immortals, obtaining treasures didn't only rely on strength, it was more importantly fortuitous encounters. So, these heavenly immortal patriarchs held hope in their hearts. They knew that if they were able to find out the reason for the depths of the underground, then they might have a chance to obtain that power. The path of the martial Tao was a path of life and death. If one couldn't constantly improve, then it was actually equivalent to waiting for death. These heavenly immortal patriarchs had cultivated for a very long time, so being able to break through in their cultivation was much more important than their lives. Swoosh! Another long rainbow flew over, revealing a bald monk with a burly figure. This person was none other than Shurji. Brother Shur, where's the master of the divine tomb? Dohwa laughed heartily. He's here. Shurji stood in midair and said, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Shurji finished speaking, 5 silhouettes swiftly flashed over from the horizon behind him. They were extremely swift and instantly descended on the shore of the lake. Everyone looked over in succession and revealed astounded expressions, because the 5 silhouettes that appeared before them were actually 5 enormous stone statues that were over 1 kilometer tall. The surface of the stone statue in the lead was densely covered in countless blue rays of light, and there was an ordinary coffin embedded in its forehead. But it was precisely this ordinary coffin that emitted an aura that caused the hearts of countless people present to tremble. Moreover, behind this enormous stone statue stood 4 slightly smaller stone statues, and each of these 4 small stone statues had a coffin embedded in them as well. Even though their auras couldn't compare to the enormous stone statue, it still caused the hearts of many heavenly immortal patriarchs to tremble. For true immortals, a heavenly immortal patriarch gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. Do-hwa glanced at the 5 stone statues with a fearful gaze, yet he said with a smile, "Welcome, master of the divine tomb. I presume those 4 are your tomb guardian true immortals. I've heard of them since a long time ago, yet I've never seen them. Now that I've seen them today, they deserve their reputation. This black lake is the entrance that leads to the mysterious underground." The master of the divine tomb paid no attention to Do-hwa's courteous words, and he went straight to the point and spoke indifferently. Do-hwa smiled lightly and said, "All those years ago, God Gongu intended to extract the star core of Heavenly Armor Star, so he used his extraordinary strength to forcefully pierce through this place. However, he encountered the obstruction of a mysterious force at the depths of this place and was injured by this force. Since then, that place has formed a cave that goes straight underground. According to the geographical location recorded in the ancient books, that cave is here." Chapter 1820. Strange humanoid the Lord of the Divine Tomb fell silent for a moment. Then his vast consciousness spread out and entered the Black Lake. The moment his consciousness entered the Black Lake, the entire lake began to roil violently, and the ferocious roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from within. Humph! The Lord of the Divine Tomb snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying pressure surged out from his consciousness. As soon as this pressure appeared, the roars in the Black Lake were immediately extinguished. After the roars were extinguished, the Lord of the Divine Tomb withdrew his consciousness. He looked at Do-hwa and said in a deep voice, "This lake is very deep. I've already probed several thousand meters down, but I still haven't reached the bottom. Moreover, there are many ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes. These ferocious beasts aren't simple." Do-hwa nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've probed before as well. There's a fishy smell in the Black Lake. It's very similar to the smell of blood, but it's very faint. If you don't investigate carefully, you won't be able to detect it at all. If this really is the entrance, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to enter. When the time comes, we'll need everyone to work together." Do-hwa cupped his hands at everyone when he spoke up to hear. The others naturally didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly acknowledged. "Shurji, let's go in." The Lord of the Divine Tomb said indifferently. He took a step forward and suddenly leapt into the Black Lake, causing countless black splashes. The 4 true immortals behind him, and Shurji didn't hesitate to follow the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Soon, they disappeared into the Black Lake. Do Hua watched the Lord of the Divine Tombs group enter the Black Lake without even saying goodbye. His eyes slowly narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. God Lord, the Lord of the Divine Tombs group, is really looking down on us, right? The Lord of the Divine Tomb and the 4 true immortals are only on the verge of death. They don't have much lifespan left, so it's impossible for them to use their power at will. On the other hand, the number of true immortals we have isn't any less than theirs. Moreover, there's more than 10 heavenly immortals. If we really fight, they might not be our match, yet they're actually so impudent in front of us, Elder Gu said with some indignation. It wasn't just Elder Gu, the expressions of the 4 true immortals and the others were unsightly as well. If they weren't afraid of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, then why would they be so courteous to them? Don't mention it. The Master of the Divine Tomb isn't simple. He's not someone we can afford to offend. Let's go in as well. However, everyone must be careful. This Black Lake is filled with danger. We can't let our guard down. Immortals, and immortals. Immortals and immortals of the immortals and immortals and immortals. Yuan Hongwen nodded. He knew his own limitations. Even though his natural talent was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the heavenly immortal experts of the older generation, let alone true immortal experts like Do Hua and the 4 lords of the battlefield. The to you be to him, to the immortal of the immortal of the immortals, immortal. You. Do Hua instructed a few more times before he flicked his sleeve, and he transformed into a ray of light that leaped into the Black Lake. On the other hand, Elder Gu, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and over 10 heavenly immortal realm experts followed closely behind him. Soon, only Yuan Hongwen and the immortal of the immortals were left. Yuan Hongwen looked at the Black Lake silently. There was a trace of yearning in his eyes, but he had to obey Do Hua's orders. Big guy, it looks like we can only rely on each other here. I wonder when the Divine Lord and the others will come out. Yuan Hongwen smiled bitterly. He leaped into the immortal of the immortal of the immortals and immortals. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. When the Lord of the Divine Tomb, Do Hua, and the others entered the Black Lake, a black figure flashed over like a bolt of lightning from a crumbling and cracked land far away from the Black Lake. In a desert, Zhuowen suddenly stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched slightly as he heard the faint sounds of battle as well as the sound of delicate shouts. Zhuowen frowned and looked around. He immediately noticed that there were slight ripples spreading out from the bottom of the desert. Restriction? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He flew to the bottom of the desert and pointed at the devouring curse. Runes spread out and enveloped the ripples at the bottom of the desert. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the restriction wasn't very strong. Zhuowen only took 10 breaths to destroy it. Then he found that there was a cave inside the restriction. In this cave, the sounds of fighting were getting more and more intense. The sounds were rolling like thunder. Boy, are you going to go in? Xiaohei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Let's go in and have a look. The underground of the heavenly armor star is definitely not simple. Even if the immortals go in, I'm afraid they won't find anything so quickly. Since there is a restriction here, I'm afraid there must be something good hidden inside. Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as the moon. Since he found the restriction here, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't ignore it. He had to go in and check it out. As for the danger, Zhuowen wasn't too worried. After all, the first mountain god had agreed to help him. In his opinion, the danger of the primordial battlefield had been reduced to the minimum. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the cave. As he got closer to the depths of the cave, the sound of battle became more intense. Zhuowen found the occasional shouts to be familiar. In the depths of the cave was a large natural cave. There were sharp stalactites at the top of the cave. Below them, a beautiful figure was surrounded by blooming white lotuses. She was in a constant battle with a huge black shadow. Zhuowen immediately recognized the beautiful figure and muttered in a low voice, "Ji Chunyan." The woman in front of him was indeed Ji Chunyan of the Eternal Family. Ji Chunyan was fighting with a strange humanoid figure that was several feet tall. This strange humanoid figure had a crooked back. There were 3 heads embedded on its back. Each of the heads was in extreme pain. Roar! The strange humanoid figure roared. One of the heads on its back exploded into a pool of blood. Then, the strength of this strange humanoid figure increased by several folds. The originally evenly matched battle immediately became one-sided. Puchi! Ji Chunyan's face was deathly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The countless white lotuses in front of her exploded one after another. The strange human figure's right hand reached out and smashed towards Ji Chunyan's chest. This punch was terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt that it was hard to resist. With Ji Chunyan's current state, if she was hit by this punch, she would definitely be severely injured. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He sighed and took out the Fushi cauldron. His right hand pointed at the Fushi cauldron. Instantly, an extremely terrifying pressure burst out from the cauldron. This pressure was so terrifying that it turned into an invisible mountain in the void. The invisible mountain came crashing down and pressed heavily on the strange humanoid figure. The punch that the strange humanoid figure threw out was stopped. Ji Chunyan took advantage of the moment when the strange humanoid figure stopped. She stomped her foot and immediately escaped the attack range of the strange humanoid figure. Then she retreated to Zhuowen's side. "Young Master Zhuo, thank you for saving me." Ji Chunyan's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. She cupped her fists and thanked him. Zhuowen nodded and said, "What the hell is this? And why did Miss Ji enter this seal?" Zhuowen looked at Ji Chunyan. When he was breaking the seal, he found that the seal outside was intact. In other words, Ji Chunyan didn't break the seal. It was as if she entered the seal out of thin air. Ji Chunyan's beautiful face revealed a trace of bitterness. She said, "When I was transported to the primordial battlefield, I appeared here the moment I opened my eyes. Then I encountered this strange humanoid figure. Young Master Zhuo, be careful. This strange humanoid figure is very strong. Roar!" At this moment, the strange humanoid figure tilted its head and stared at Zhuowen with red eyes. It roared furiously at him. Clearly, the pressure from before made it very uncomfortable. Bang! One of the heads on the back of the strange humanoid figure exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then its strength skyrocketed. It stomped its right foot and charged toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He pointed at the void with his right hand and said in a deep voice, "First Mountain God, in order not to waste time, I'll have to trouble you." After Zhuowen finished speaking, a black shadow stepped out from behind Zhuowen. The First Mountain God looked deeply at Zhuowen, then took a step forward and swept towards the strange humanoid figure. Boom! The First Mountain God threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch, but when Ji Chunyan saw it, she fell into a momentary trance. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with fear. The strange humanoid figure's eyes flashed fiercely. It roared and pounced forward. It stretched out its claws and met the First Mountain God's punch. Uffed. Unfortunately, when the strange humanoid figure came into contact with the First Mountain God's punch, it was frozen by an invisible force. Then, it could only watch as the First Mountain God's punch landed on its chest. Bang! 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 The strange humanoid figure didn't even have time to react before it was beaten into a cloud of blood mist. It couldn't be more dead. This Ji Chunyan stared blankly at the scene. She didn't even have time to react. The strange humanoid figure that almost killed her was cleanly killed by a single punch. Who is this person? He's so terrifying, and it seems like he listens to Zhuowen's orders. After regaining her senses, Ji Chunyan first looked at the first mountain god. Then she looked at the tall and straight figure in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She knew that the young man in front of her had too many secrets. He must have been holding back during the divine battle. After all, if he had summoned such an expert, Yuan Hongwen would have been defeated in one move. After killing the strange humanoid figure, the first mountain god said indifferently, "Hurry to your destination. Don't waste too much time here." Chapter 1821. Black Ball, Mr. Zhuo, that person was... Ji Chunyan came back to her senses and asked in shock. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't answer Ji Chunyan's question directly. Instead, he looked around and said, "Since there is a restriction here, there must be something valuable inside. Let's search." As he spoke, Zhuowen walked into the depths of the cave. Ji Chunyan's eyes flickered. She was very smart. Since Zhuowen changed the topic, she naturally had no reason to ask. Instead, she quietly followed behind Zhuowen. After entering the depths of the cave, Zhuowen found that there was a small pool of water that was about 10 meters wide at the end of the cave. The strange thing was that the water in the small pool was pitch black, and there was a strange smell of blood in the small pool. Smelling the stench of blood, Zhuowen furrowed his brows. He stared at the small pool in front of him. He realized that the stench of blood was very similar to the aura of the strange human figure that was killed by the first mountain god. That strange figure crawled out of the pool. As soon as it came out, it attacked me without any explanation. Ji Chunyan's eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen nodded. Then his spirit ring suddenly vibrated. He heard the Blood Immortal's extremely excited divine thought. "Master, quickly let me out. I feel a very comfortable smell of blood. Quickly let me out." Hearing this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and released the Blood Immortal. At this moment, the Blood Immortal was in a very difficult situation. In the previous battle with Yuan Hongwen, the Blood Immortal had suffered a lot. Since then, Zhuowen had kept his promise and completely removed the slave seal on the Blood Immortal, allowing her to regain her freedom. She was no longer bound by Zhuowen. However, the Blood Immortal was very thick-skinned. Using the excuse of being heavily injured, she insisted that Zhuowen help her recover from her injuries before she planned to leave Zhuowen. In desperation, Zhuowen didn't refuse. Speaking of which, the reason why the Blood Immortal was in such a difficult situation was indeed related to him. The Blood Immortal was also used to calling him master. Even without the slave seal, she still habitually called Zhuowen master. As soon as the Blood Immortal came out, she jumped into the black pool and couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Zhuowen looked at the Blood Immortal and said, "You know this black pool?" The Blood Immortal swam a few times in the pool and grinned. "Master, can't you see that the black pool is made of blood? And my intuition tells me that the blood is not ordinary blood, but the blood of a saint." Saint's blood. Zhuowen had a strange look in his eyes. When he smelled the blood, he already had some guesses. However, the smell of blood in the black pool was extremely strange. It didn't smell like real blood at all, so he didn't think about it. I'm afraid it was formed by the death of a saint during the war. And to be able to form such a small pool, I'm afraid it wasn't just one saint. The Blood Immortal said, with some emotion. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Let's go into the pool and have a look." The Blood Immortal nodded, and immediately rushed into the depths of the pool. Zhuowen followed behind the blood immortal and went into the depths of the pool. Ji Chunyan's beautiful eyes flashed. She didn't follow, but stood on the shore and waited. This black pool gave him a sense of danger. Moreover, if she followed him down and Zhuowen discovered something good, it would be very awkward. Zhuowen squatted on the blood immortal. In this environment, the blood immortal's speed was much faster than his. The pool did not seem large, but its bottom was extremely deep. After descending to a depth of around a few hundred meters, Zhuowen discovered an undercurrent surging below. It was like a terrifying whirlwind had swept up, causing his expression to change slightly. "Mistress, look over there." The blood immortal suddenly pointed with her right hand. At the bottom of the pool, there were countless reefs, and among the reefs, there were several oval-shaped black balls. The black ball's surface was covered with purple veins, like the veins of a human body, and Zhuowen found that the black balls were constantly wriggling. In the process of wriggling, countless black blood spurted out, as if it was replenishing the entire pool. Seeing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the black blood to emerge from the black balls, and there were many of these black balls at the bottom of the pool. There were at least a few hundred of them. Splash! When Zhuowen approached one of the black balls, the black ball suddenly wriggled, and then a black and white eyeball appeared on top of it. The eyeball's pupils were like ink, and it stared straight at Zhuowen. Then the countless black veins on the surface suddenly shot out and turned into long black lines, wrapping around Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stepped out with his right foot, and invisible ripples spread out. Then he disappeared from the spot, making the long black lines miss. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already out of the black ball's attack range. As for the blood immortal, she was naturally brought out by him. "What are these things?" Zhuowen's eyes were extremely serious. "Roar." Suddenly, a roar came from the black ball. Then the black ball closed its eyeball, and then it began to wriggle from the inside. A strange human figure separated from the black ball. This strange human figure was exactly the same as the strange human figure that was killed by the first mountain god. Following this roar, Zhuowen noticed that the other hundreds of black balls around him were also roaring. Then each of them released a strange humanoid figure. The hundreds of strange human figures kept wriggling their bodies, and then they all roared and rushed toward Zhuowen. They were as fast as lightning. Zhuowen had no choice but to let the first mountain god out again. The first mountain god looked around at the strange human figures that were rushing toward him. His eyes were full of displeasure, and he was obviously very displeased that Zhuowen was still here. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his right hand, and a black hole appeared behind him. One by one, stalwart figures walked out. There were a total of 17 figures. Zhuowen recognized 3 of the 17 figures. They were the 18th mountain god, the 17th mountain god, and the 16th mountain god. Zhuowen had a good relationship with these 3 mountain gods. The 3 of them looked at Zhuowen and smiled generously. Zhuowen smiled back at them. "Let's end this quickly." The first mountain god said calmly, and the other 17 mountain gods nodded. Then they held onto their respective mountains and charged toward the strange humanoid figures in the surroundings. Zhuowen also noticed that the first mountain god held the first mountain and formed a seal with his hands. Then a surging dark golden light emerged. Zhuowen's small perfection, holy body was watered by the dark golden light, and his whole body was filled with surging power. It was as if he had endless strength. Obviously, the dark golden light greatly increased the power of the mountain gods who practiced the 10,000 Tao indestructible divine body. Zhuowen roared, and the golden light burst out from his body. He also rushed toward one of the strange human figures around him. Bang! 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 He punched the strange human figure 3 times in a row. The speed was extremely fast, and the golden light flickered. The strange human figure exploded into a mist of blood, and the several heads on its back also exploded into a mist of blood. With the existence of the first mountain god, it was not a problem for Zhuo Wen to deal with hundreds of strange humanoid figures. When the last strange humanoid figure was destroyed by Zhuo Wen's punch, his gaze fell on the hundreds of black balls below. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This place is really strange. The first mountain god frowned and called the other mountain gods back to the Azure Dragon Palace. He then silently went to Zhuo Wen's side. Zhuo Wen said in a deep voice, "These hundreds of black balls are spewing out the blood of saints. I'm afraid the answer to all of this lies in these black balls. Let me see what's inside." The first mountain god nodded and walked toward one of the black balls. When the black ball sensed the first mountain god's approach, it roared, and countless veins rushed out again. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's body was too terrifying. The attacks from the veins were like tickles to him. The first mountain god's right hand formed into a claw and grabbed at the black orb. Then he tore it apart. The black orb screamed and was torn into countless pieces by the first mountain god, revealing the true appearance of the black orb. This is a saint. When Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on the black ball that was torn apart, he could not help but gasp. He saw a skinny middle-aged man lying quietly inside the black ball. The middle-aged man's eyes were dull, and his body was covered by countless black veins. Zhuo Wen could clearly sense that these veins were constantly absorbing the middle-aged man's blood. This person's cultivation should be around the level of a heavenly saint when he was alive. Unfortunately, he is now a living dead. He has become a living dead that provides blood for these black balls. How sad! The first mountain god murmured with a complicated gaze. Even Zhuo Wen felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. These black balls did not kill these saints. Instead, they were like captives. They kept these saints in the black balls, and after a period of time, they would absorb the blood of these saints. What are these things? Zhuo Wen took a deep breath and asked coldly. The first mountain god shook his head and said, "I've never seen these things before. Moreover, there are too many of them. If I'm not wrong, although the black water in the pool is blood, I think it's more of the dregs in the blood." After these black balls absorbed the blood of the saints, they probably absorbed the essence into the depths of the ground. The dregs are the black blood that formed the black pool. These saints have already fused with the black balls. It's impossible to separate them. Zhuo Wen frowned. The first mountain god's guess was not without reason, especially since he did not feel the surging saint aura of the saints in the black pool. The black blood was indeed the dregs of the saints' blood. If these black balls lead to the depths of the ground, then what is there in the depths of the ground? Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed. He then raised his right hand and pointed. Instantly, countless yellow spring water droplets gushed out and touched the black balls that the first mountain god had destroyed. Instantly, the yellow spring water droplets absorbed the terrifying power of the blood essence in the black balls. "Instead of living in pain, I'll send you on your way." While the yellow spring water droplets were absorbing the blood essence in the black balls, Zhuo Wen pointed his left hand between the saint's eyebrows and destroyed his mind. Chapter 1822. The Gate of Reincarnation, such dense essence energy. The moment Zhuo Wen sent the underworld water droplets into the black sphere, he felt an extremely dense essence energy, and his underworld water droplets increased by several folds. An increase of 10,000 underworld water droplets. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered, revealing a look of ecstasy. There were several hundred black spheres here. If each of them could increase his underworld water droplets by 10,000, then wouldn't he be able to obtain several million underworld water droplets? This wasn't a small number. One must know that even the Chin Tian tribe within the Luo Yen whale, after such a long period of development, had only produced close to 1 million underworld water droplets. Recently, Zhuowen also discovered that the underworld water droplets in the Chin Tian tribe had stopped increasing. He knew that something must have happened within the Luo Yen whale, or perhaps the illusion gods within the Luo Yen whale had all been hunted. Senior First Mountain God, help me! Zhuowen looked at the First Mountain God with a burning gaze. Slaughtering underworld finger, the First Mountain God looked deeply at Zhuowen, then clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched through the air. Suddenly, hundreds of terrifying fist shadows appeared, and these fist shadows flew towards the remaining black spheres at the bottom of the lake. These black balls were not very strong. Under the fist shadows of the First Mountain God, they all exploded into dust. Meanwhile, Zhuowen divided his yellow spring water droplets into hundreds of droplets and plunged them into the hundreds of black balls. Absorb. Zhuowen immediately used the slaughtering underworld finger and began to continuously absorb the essence energy from these black spheres. Zhuowen jumped into the center of these several hundred black spheres, and soon after, yellow streams flowed into Zhuowen's body. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, the number of underworld water droplets rapidly increased and soon reached the 10 million mark. This made Zhuowen extremely happy because the essence energy within these black spheres varied in strength. The weaker ones could only provide about 10,000 Yellow Springs water droplets, while the stronger ones could provide tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. This discovery made Zhuowen extremely happy. This was also the main reason why the Yellow Springs water droplets had broken through the 10 million mark. When the number of netherworld water droplets reached 10 million, the slaughtering netherworld finger changed again. Countless netherworld water droplets began to gather, forming a circular gate of reincarnation. When the gate of reincarnation was closed, it possessed an extremely powerful defensive power. Once it was opened, a terrifying finger of the Yellow Springs could be seen shooting out. Looking at the constantly rotating gate of reincarnation floating above Zhuowen, a trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the First Mountain God. However, this confusion was quickly concealed by him. At the 10 million mark, the massacring finger of the netherworld has indeed undergone another transformation. Right now, the power of the massacring finger of the netherworld is probably above that of the Buddha-seeking demon transformation. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of wild joy. Zhuowen had a feeling that once the number of Yellow Springs water droplets reached 100 million, there might be a real transformation. However, 100 million was too far away. After all, he had already spent a long time collecting 10 million, let alone 100 million. Of course, if there were more of these black balls here, then his massacring finger of the netherworld could really break through the 100 million mark. Bang! 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 Just as Zhuowen wanted to absorb the essence of the black balls again, all the black balls at the bottom of the pool exploded into a bloody mist. Then, the entire pool began to shake violently. In the depths of the pool, a huge beast seemed to be silently awakening. Rumble! Suddenly, the barrier at the bottom of the pool shattered. A claw that was hundreds of feet long and covered in black scales stretched out from the shattered barrier and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He roared and immediately blocked the gate of reincarnation in front of him. However, he was surprised that such a claw suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pool. Bang! However, what happened next shocked Zhuowen. The moment the black claw landed on the gate of reincarnation, The gate of reincarnation crumbled into pieces in less than a breath's time. What is this? My gate of reincarnation was smashed into pieces? Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His heart was beating wildly, and his heart was filled with fear. The giant claw was too fast. Zhuowen didn't even have time to react. Just as the giant claw was about to crush Zhuowen, the first mountain god rushed over and punched out. Bang! The fist and the claw collided. Then the entire space seemed to have stopped. Then an invisible ripple spread out. Countless whirlpools began to appear in the pool. Outside the pool, the entire cave began to shake violently. Black water pillars rose from the surface of the pool. The sharp stalactites above the cave rustled and fell, stabbing into the ground. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She didn't know what was going on at the bottom of the pool. Looking at the cave that was shaking more and more violently, she gritted her teeth and took a step forward, dashing towards the exit. No matter what happened at the bottom of the pool, she wouldn't die here with Zhuowen. With a groan, the first mountain god's arm burst out a cloud of blood mist. Then the first mountain god carried Zhuowen with one hand and stepped on the water with his right foot. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed upward. The first mountain god is injured. Zhuowen couldn't believe it. In his opinion, the first mountain god's body was extremely strong. At the very least, he had a perfect, complete, holy body. His strength was comparable to a true immortal expert, like Do Hua. But now, such an expert was actually injured by the claw just now. What was the origin of this strange giant claw? Mountain explosion. The first mountain god roared and grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, the first mountain was caught in his hand and suddenly expanded. At the top of the first mountain, terrifying magma erupted as if it could destroy the world. The magma was so powerful that it drowned the entire black pool. Countless magma began to gather into a fire dragon that covered the sky. The fire dragon roared and swept out to meet the strange giant claw. Bang! 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 There was a loud explosion, and the aftermath of the collision spread out. Zhuowen's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. Let's go. The first mountain god's face was also pale. Without hesitation, he carried Zhuowen and stepped into the void. His speed reached the terrifying level of teleportation. The surrounding space was distorted, and he and Zhuowen disappeared from the black pool. Roar! The instant the first mountain god and Zhuowen disappeared from the blackwater pool, the terrifying fire dragon formed from magma let out a mournful cry. It was violently clawed by the enormous claw that covered the sky, and instantly scattered into countless sparks. However, after the fire dragon disappeared, the giant claw didn't continue to chase after them. It was as if it was afraid of something outside the pool. Perhaps the giant claw couldn't survive in the space outside the black pool. In short, the terrifying giant claw lingered at the bottom of the black pool for a while before retreating into the depths of the black pool. At the same time, the cracked barrier of the black pool was restored. In the depths of the barrier, hundreds of black balls extended out. These black balls were swallowing the black blood in the surrounding black pool. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes stared blankly at the collapsed Gobi Desert. She muttered in a low voice, "What happened?" That tremor just now, as well as the aura coming from the black pool, was too terrifying. Could Zhuowen have died in there? However, just as Ji Chenyan thought that Zhuowen had died in the black pool, the space near the collapsed Gobi Desert suddenly distorted. Then the first mountain god and Zhuowen slowly walked out of the distorted space. Both Zhuowen and the first mountain god were extremely pale. What was that thing? It was so terrifying. Zhuowen said with lingering fear, The first mountain god took a deep breath and said, "That thing should be related to the mysterious power in the depths of the heavenly armor star. Our injuries are not light. Let's heal ourselves first." As he said that, the first mountain god waved his sleeve and took out 2 elixirs. He passed one of them to Zhuowen. "This is the elixir of creation. It can heal all the injuries in your body in an instant without any side effects. I don't have much left on me. Take it quickly." The first mountain god said calmly. Zhuowen looked at the elixir of creation and swallowed it. Then he felt a strong, warm current surging in his dantian. After it circulated around his body, he felt refreshed, and all the injuries he had left behind were healed. "Young Master Zhuowen, are you all right?" Ji Chunyan came to Zhuowen and asked worriedly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After his injuries were healed, Zhuowen cupped his fists at Ji Chunyan. Then he turned into a ray of light and left the place. Ji Chunyan wanted to chase after him, but she realized that Zhuowen's speed was faster than teleportation. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Moreover, Zhuowen left so quickly because he didn't want Ji Chunyan to catch up to him. Ji Chunyan knew this very well. Isn't that the direction the ancestor wanted to go? The ancestor said that it's a dangerous place. He warned me not to go there. Ji Chunyan's beautiful eyes flickered. After thinking about it, she didn't chase after him. Strange splashes of water appeared from time to time in the huge black lake. Tao Tai was lying quietly on the shore. Yuan Hongwen was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the central palace. He was silently meditating. Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the distant horizon. He sensed an extremely familiar aura. Yuan Hongwen stood up abruptly. He stared at the horizon and smiled faintly. "Brother Zhua, I knew you would come here." As soon as Yuan Hongwen finished speaking, a ray of light shot over from the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. It was originally tens of thousands of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in the sky not far away from Yuan Hongwen, revealing a tall and straight figure. Chapter 1823. Battle Again. This is... Zhuowen stared fixedly at the lake of black water before him, and he was indescribably shocked in his heart. The black water in the lake had the same aura as the black water in the pool of black water in the cave. In other words, the entire lake of black water was constructed from the blood of saints. Even though it was the dregs of saint blood, it was sufficient to shock Zhuowen. The lake of black water was truly too large. The amount of saint blood required to construct such a large lake was something Zhuowen didn't even dare imagine. Zhuowen couldn't help but recall the few hundred black balls he encountered in the pool of black water. He knew that the number of black balls at the bottom of the lake was probably even greater than the pool of black water from before, and there would be many, many more. "Brother Yuan, the Divine Master has already entered the lake of black water?" Zhuowen asked with a solemn gaze. The expression on Zhuowen's face didn't escape Yuan Hongwen's notice. However, he didn't think too much about it, and nodded instead. "The Divine Master, the 4 masters of the battlefield, and over a dozen heavenly immortal realm experts have all entered." "Right. There's also the Master of the Divine Tomb and Senior Shiji." When he spoke up to hear, Yuan Hongwen glanced at Zhuowen and shook his head. "Zhuowen, this place is extraordinarily dangerous. Even the Divine Master instructed me not to vainly attempt to enter this place. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. I advise you to give up on the thought of entering this place." At the instant Zhuowen flashed over here, Yuan Hongwen knew that Zhuowen intended to enter the lake of black water, so he advised Zhuowen with kind words at this moment. Even though Zhuowen had domineeringly defeated him in the final path of life and death, Yuan Hongwen didn't hold a grudge because of this. As far as he was concerned, the law of the jungle was the way of the world. Zhuowen had relied on true ability to defeat him. Moreover, they'd fought to their heart's content in that battle, causing Yuan Hongwen to feel regretful that he hadn't met Zhuowen earlier. Zhuowen shook his head instead and said, "I must enter this place. You can't stop me." Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed as a vast aura suddenly surged out explosively. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere became much more stagnant and terrifying. It was like a volcano had erupted, and it was extremely heavy. Not necessarily. Yuan Hongwen's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Zhuowen, Hongwen's memories of our last battle are still fresh. If you want to enter the Black Lake today, you'll have to defeat me first." Zhuowen looked at Yuan Hongwen and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really going to stop me?" Yuan Hongwen chuckled. "Why not? All right then, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. You and I will use our strongest moves. If I lose, I will retreat." Zhuowen took a step forward, and the aura in his body surged up like an upside-down waterfall. The surrounding air suddenly turned into countless cyclones, and these cyclones began to condense in the air, forming a huge vortex that could swallow the heavens and the earth. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yuan Hongwen let out a long laugh. He stepped on the air with his right foot and floated in midair. Soon after, his gaze became serious. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Hongwen's entire body erupted with a terrifying blood mist, and a vast and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. God-slaying blood eye. Yuan Hongwen's gaze became extremely serious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of blood essence. His face was slightly pale. The blood eye was his strongest celestial art. It was extremely powerful, but the price to use it was also very high. When the blood essence fell on the blood mist in front of him, it actually caused the blood mist to wriggle violently. All of a sudden, the squirming blood mist suddenly exploded, and countless lines of blood burst out from it. These blood threads spread out in all directions, forming numerous ferocious and terrifying blood eyes in the air above Yuan Hongwen. There were so many blood eyes that they almost covered the entire sky above the Black Lake. It was as if the whole world was being watched by these countless blood eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the blood eyes appeared, the entire Black Lake was set off by monstrous waves, mixed with the ferocious howls of some exotic beasts. Awoo! Tao Tai, who was originally lying on the shore, stared at Zhuowen with an extremely unfriendly gaze. An aura that could even shake the world flowed out of Taotia's body. Yuan Hongwen stood under the countless blood eyes. He looked at Tao Tai and said in a deep voice, "This is a battle between me and Zhuowen. I hope Brother Tao Tai will not interfere." Tao Tai roared at Yuan Hongwen. Soon after, it glanced at Zhuowen. Soon after, that terrifying aura slowly dissipated. Tao Tai tilted its head and once again laid on the shore, no longer caring about the battle on this side. Zhuowen solemnly glanced at the Tao Tai. This Tao Tai gave him a very strong feeling. This kind of giant beast contained the true bloodline of the Tao Tai. Its strength could not be underestimated. "Brother Zhuo, do you dare to fight me?" Yuan Hongwen's eyes were filled with fighting intent. His voice was like thunder as he looked down at Zhuowen. As Yuan Hongwen looked down, the countless blood eyes in the sky followed his gaze and fell on Zhuowen. With so many blood eyes gathered on Zhuowen's body, even Zhuowen felt his scalp go numb. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. He leaped up, his long hair and robe fluttering. He pointed his right hand at the void and said, "Slaughtering finger of the underworld." Zhuowen pointed, and countless yellow springs water droplets flew out of his body. Yuan Hongwen frowned. He had experienced the slaughtering finger of the underworld during the Battle of the Gods. Its power was ordinary and could not be compared to his blood eyes. Could it be that this Shuo, when used, this move to look down on him? Yuan Hongwen? The power of Zhuowen's move seems to have increased a lot, and it's still increasing. Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen's expression changed. He saw the Yellow Springs water droplets around Zhuo, when increasing in number, becoming denser and denser. In an instant, the Yellow Springs water droplets broke through the million mark and showed no signs of stopping. 2 million, 3 million, all the way to 10 million. There were simply too many Yellow Springs droplets around Zhuo when densely packed together. Even Yuan Hongwen had to pay attention to the aura emanating from the gathering of so many Yellow Springs droplets. Slaughtering finger of the underworld, gate of reincarnation. Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, the millions of underworld water droplets gathered together and formed a circular gate. This circular gate was very big, at least several thousand feet in size. It appeared behind Zhuowen in the void and kept rotating. It was as if this gate really hid reincarnation. Yuan Hongwen let out a long laugh and took a step forward. The blood-red eyes that filled the sky blinked one after another, and strange and thick blood-red lines shot out, interweaving in the void. The blood lines moved at an extremely fast speed, spreading around Zhuowen's body in an instant. They kept intersecting, forming an irregular fence of blood lines. Furthermore, these bloody fences were extremely irregular, as if they had been randomly drawn in the void. The moment the blood lines intersected, Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying sense of restraint around him. This feeling of restraint was very strong, and it froze Zhuowen's limbs in the air. He was unable to move at all. Yuan Hongwen walked over step by step. Under the illumination of the countless bloodlines, his eyes turned blood-red and frenzied. He pointed a finger at Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen snorted and pointed with his right hand. The huge reincarnation gate behind him spun faster and faster and blocked in front of Zhuowen. A mysterious power of reincarnation spread out. The surrounding densely packed, irregular blood immortals were directly sent into reincarnation by the gate of reincarnation, disappearing without a trace. The moment Yuan Hongwen's finger landed on the gate of reincarnation, a clear and melodious ding was heard. Yuan Hongwen's expression changed at this moment. He only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. His mind kept replaying all his past experiences. This feeling kept repeating, as if he had fallen into a reincarnation that he could not extricate himself from. Blood eyes condense, heaven and earth collapse. Yuan Hongwen's eyes showed that he was struggling. Then he let out a low roar. Suddenly, the blood eyes that filled the sky burst into countless blood mist. The blood mist began to condense and eventually turned into a huge blood eye. This blood eye was so huge that as soon as it appeared, it stared at the reincarnation gate. A burst of nothingness came from the gate, and the surface of the reincarnation gate made continuous explosive sounds. Zhuowen stared at this scene with narrowed eyes. He snorted and pointed with his right hand, saying, "Reincarnation gate, reincarnation. Massacre in the Yellow Springs." After that, the sound of machinery came from the gate. The gate began to open, and a pressure that had never been there before poured out from the gate. Rumble! Behind the gate of reincarnation, a finger that was tens of thousands of feet long stretched out and pointed at Yuan Hongwen. It was as if a giant was trying to crush an ant to death. Bang! 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 The huge finger pointed at the blood eye. Then, countless blood mist burst out in midair. The blood mist gathered together and formed a blood rain that sprinkled around and formed the blood eye. Zhuowen's Yellow Springs Finger of Massacre had less than 1,000,000 Yellow Springs water droplets, so its power was not fully unleashed. Now, Zhuowen had absorbed too much essence from the black pool. The number of Yellow Springs water droplets had skyrocketed and reached the 10 million mark. The Yellow Springs Finger of Massacre, which was originally not very powerful, had suddenly become the strongest immortal art he had. In addition, Zhuowen's cultivation had advanced to the late Earth immortal realm. Yuan Hongwen, who was difficult to deal with in the past, was not as big of a threat to Zhuowen as before. The Yellow Springs Finger of Massacre was too terrifying. When the finger pointed, the blood eye took a step back. When the finger pointed twice, the blood eye took 2 steps back. Yuan Hongwen retreated step by step. With every step he took, the blood mist on his body would involuntarily erupt. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were filled with horror. I can't lose. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were red. He was unwilling. He had already lost the Battle of Gods once. He would not allow himself to lose a second time. With a lot of unwillingness, Yuan Hongwen pointed with his right hand. An invisible ripple spread out and enveloped the blood eye. Instantly, the blood eye erupted with a terrifying power. Its power had reached another level. It stopped in one fell swoop. Then, countless blood immortals gushed out and completely covered the Yellow Springs Finger of Massacre. Tao intent. Unfortunately, the strength of your Tao insight is too weak. Let me show you what the real power of Tao intent is. Chapter 1824. Tuier the instant the invisible ripples appeared. The huge blood eye suddenly collapsed, turning into a dazzling blood mist. And within the blood mist, the slaughtering finger of the netherworld burst out with a monstrous aura of slaughter. Yuan Hongwen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with bitterness. He was defeated again, and this time he was defeated by the same person. Tao Tai, who was originally lying on the shore, saw Yuan Hongwen spitting out blood. His eyes were bloodthirsty and tyrannical. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the sky to catch Yuan Hongwen, who was flying backwards on the central divine palace on his back. Tao Tai's speed did not decrease as he charged towards Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Tao Tai, calm down. Zhuowen is not an enemy. Yuan Hongwen landed behind the central divine palace. Seeing that Tao Tai's momentum did not decrease, he knew that something was wrong. However, it was too late. Tao Tai had already lost his mind and was on the verge of going berserk. Even Yuan Hongwen could not control him. At this moment, Yuan Hongwen was extremely uneasy. He could not help but yell at Zhuowen, "Brother Zhuo, run! Tao Tai is too strong. You can't stop him." Tao Tai had already arrived in front of the slaughtering Yellow Spring Finger after uttering those words. Immediately, a frightening huge claw that blotted out the sky smashed onto the slaughtering Yellow Spring Finger, directly shattering it. As soon as the slaughtering finger was broken, Zhuowen groaned. His face turned pale, and he could not help but retreat. His eyes were filled with fear. This Tao Tai was too terrifying. Yuan Hongwen's face turned pale. He knew that Zhuowen was finished. He knew how terrifying Tao Tai was. Although Zhuowen was strong, he was only in the late earthly immortal realm. No matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for Tao Tai? Looking at the approaching Tao Tai, the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified. He stared coldly at Tao Tai, but he did not show any signs of escaping. Seeing Zhuowen standing there like a fool, the sigh in Yuan Hongwen's eyes intensified. He knew that Zhuowen's fate was no longer surprising. However, when Tao Tai approached Zhuowen, a gust of wind suddenly rushed out from Zhuowen's body. Then, the raging wind gathered together and formed a huge wind fist. Boom! This fist was extremely powerful. Tao Tai's eyes were filled with astonishment, but he was not to be outdone. Of Tao Tai also, with Tao Tai's fist and claw. Fist and claw and fist and claw fist and claw, claw, fist and claw fist and claw, claw. Deng 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 deng. After that, Yuan Hongwen was shocked to discover that Tao Tai had been beaten back, and the fist formed by the wind did not lose its momentum. It directly descended from the sky like an invisible and terrifying mountain. Ow! The Tao Tai lifted its head and roared. It opened its mouth, and a huge black hole appeared in its mouth. The black hole swallowed the formless fist that came crashing down from the sky into its stomach. This Tao Tai is not bad. It seems that his body contains the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast, Tao Tai. His devouring power is not bad. A surprised voice was heard. Then, a figure in black clothes appeared beside Zhuo when without anyone noticing. Who is it? Yuan Hongwen stared at the man in black. Fear rose in his heart. This person could force Tao Tai to retreat. His strength was probably terrifying. Of course, what surprised Yuan Hongwen was that this mysterious and powerful man in black seemed to be summoned by Zhuowen. This conjecture caused Yuan Hongwen to look at Zhuo when with a bewildered expression. Ow! Tao Tai continued to roar. The brutality in his eyes gradually faded. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear. Although Tao Tai had swallowed up the fist force formed by the gale in the previous exchange, it was not that simple. Tao Tai had also suffered a slight injury. It's just a misunderstanding. Senior First Mountain God, let's forget about it. Zhuowen said calmly. The First Mountain God looked at Zhuowen and did not say anything. He slowly withdrew his aura. Tao Tai in front of him was not simple. The reason why he had the upper hand previously was because he had taken him by surprise. With the First Mountain God's insight, he could naturally feel that Tao Tai's final trump card was not itself, but the central divine palace on its back. If this Tao Tai were to reveal all of his trump cards and strength, even the number 1 mountain god would have to think twice before taking him on. Tao Tai also regained its consciousness after being comforted by Yuan Hongwen. It took a deep look at the First Mountain God, then landed on the shore and lay there again. Brother Yuan, you won't stop me from entering the Black Lake, right? Zhuowen said calmly. Hearing this, Yuan Hongwen looked bitter and said, Zhuowen, you have won again. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. If you want to go in, then go in. However, I still have to remind you that this place is very dangerous. You should take care of yourself. Zhuowen cupped his fists. Immediately, he took a step forward with his right foot and rushed into the Black Lake with the First Mountain God. Looking at Zhuowen and the First Mountain God, who had disappeared into the Black Lake, Yuan Hongwen shook his head and said softly, The number of secrets on this boy is far beyond my imagination. Fortunately, I did not become enemies with him. Otherwise, if the black-clothed man beside him wanted to kill me, it would be a piece of cake. In the Black Lake, Zhuowen and the First Mountain God continued to swim. Zhuowen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Without a doubt, the aura of the Black Lake's black water was almost the same as the black water pool. Looking at the surrounding Black Lake, Zhuowen could not help but think of the strange and mysterious giant claw that he encountered in the black water pool. That giant claw was too terrifying. Even the First Mountain God was not a match for it. Then, what kind of existence was the owner of that giant claw? Zhuowen, once you enter this place, don't casually touch the black ball at the bottom of the lake. Last time, you absorbed too much essence chi, which led to a terrifying existence in the depths of the lake to attack you. The First Mountain God suddenly warned in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, Senior, don't worry. I understand. This time, I will not act rashly. The first mountain god nodded. Immediately, the two of them continued to dive into the depths of the lake in silence. Swoosh! After diving down to a depth of several thousand feet, the surrounding black water suddenly surged. Then, one after another, black shadows rushed out from the surrounding black water and surrounded Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the surrounding black figures. He realized that these black figures were all the strange figures he had encountered in the black water pool. Awoo! The eerie humanoid figures were extremely fast as they flew towards Zhuowen and the first mountain god. There were more than 10 of them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pointed with a finger and unleashed the immortal art, Finger of Yellow Springs. Tens of millions of water droplets converged to form a gate of reincarnation that circled around Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. As the black figures rushed towards Zhuowen, they were all repelled by the mighty force of the gate of reincarnation. The first mountain god, on the other hand, used his powerful body to throw out punches. Wherever his punches passed, the water would boil and turn into ferocious and powerful water dragons. They swept towards the surrounding eerie humanoid figures and crushed them into pieces. The two of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had annihilated the surrounding eerie humanoid figures. Swoosh! However, the commotion caused by their battle immediately attracted the attention of the other black figures in the distance. Those black figures rushed towards Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Let's go! Don't get entangled with them. There are too many of them. The first mountain god snorted coldly. He stomped his right foot and relied on the powerful counterforce of the water pressure to quickly dive to the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen was not slow either. He had comprehended the first level of the Tao, will, so his speed was comparable to a heaven immortal. He was not much slower than the first mountain god. If the lake water was clear, looking down from the top of the lake, one would definitely be able to see the black shadows scattered around the lake, crazily rushing towards the center of the lake. They were all chasing after Zhuowen and the first mountain god. After about half an incense stick's time, Zhuowen and the first mountain god had dived to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was very large, and as Zhuowen had expected, there were many black balls at the bottom of the lake. These black balls seemed to have a life of their own. The veins on their surface were constantly pulsating, and from time to time they would spit out black blood, expanding the area and volume of the lake around them. Where should we go now? Zhuowen looked around and asked solemnly. The first mountain god squatted down and slowly picked up the sand on the ground. He sniffed it and said in a deep voice, "Let's go forward. I can feel that there was a great battle in front of us." As he spoke, the first mountain god nodded at Zhuowen. The two of them rushed forward, and countless black figures followed closely behind them. After a while, the two of them saw a wind gap not far from them. However, this wind gap was surrounded by many black veins. However, the veins that covered the surface of the wind gap were all broken. The black blood dyed the surrounding black water even darker. It looked very strange. The moment the two of them approached the wind gap, the countless black figures that were chasing behind them stopped one after another. They kept pacing back and forth a few hundred meters away from the wind gap, as if they were afraid of something. This wind gap was probably formed by the destruction of a black ball that was hundreds of feet large. It should have been created by the divine Master Dohua and the others. Zhuowen carefully examined the broken veins around the wind gap, and his gaze became very serious. He could imagine that there was a giant black ball that was many times larger than the ones he had seen along the way. The divine Master Dohua and the others fought with the giant black ball in order to enter the wind gap. From the signs, it could be seen that the black ball was destroyed by Dohua and the others, and they entered the wind gap. Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps there is another world inside the wind gap, said the first mountain god. Zhuowen nodded, and the two of them slowly entered the wind gap. There was an extremely deep tunnel inside the wind gap. The tunnel was circular and filled with black water. Chapter 1825. Red lotus blood formation. After walking out of the black pond, Zhuowen and the first mountain god quietly observed their surroundings. They discovered that the cave was extremely large, and around the cave there were actually many deep caves. These caves were so deep that it seemed as if there was no end to them. Even when Zhuowen used his divine sense to explore these caves, he discovered that these caves seemed to be bottomless. His divine sense was unable to see what was in the depths of these caves. There are a total of 108 caves. The first mountain god looked around and said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned. He stared at these caves and said in a deep voice, "There are so many caves. I wonder which one is the real passage." All the same, these 108 caves should all lead to the same place. The only difference is that the things in each cave should be different. The first mountain god said indifferently, "Senior, do you mean that we can choose any passage?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The first mountain god nodded and said, "I took a rough look at these 108 caves just now. I discovered that regardless of whether it is their appearance or the aura they emit, they are all surprisingly the same. If there are real and fake caves in these 108 caves, at least I can't tell the difference." Speaking up to this point, the first mountain god pointed at a few of the caves and said indifferently, "There are traces of movement in these caves. They should be the caves that the previous group of people entered. Since they didn't enter the caves together, I'm afraid they had the same idea as me. These 108 caves all lead to the same destination." Hearing the analysis of the first mountain god, Zhuowen nodded slightly and said, "It seems that we only need to choose one of these caves." As he spoke, Zhuowen carefully looked at the surrounding caves. When his gaze landed on the 58th cave from the left to the right, the mysterious eyeball that was originally lying in his collar pretending to be dead suddenly struggled a few times and let out a slight hissing sound. Zhuowen frowned. His gaze was fixed on the 58th cave, revealing a look of contemplation. The origins of the mysterious eyeball were extremely mysterious. Although he had found the mysterious eyeball in the white-haired man's seal, he had a vague feeling that the owner of the eyeball was not the white-haired man, but someone else. "Let's enter the 58th cave." After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally chose the 58th cave. Since the mysterious eyeball could sense the 58th cave, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, Zhuowen did not hesitate to choose this cave. The first mountain god didn't mind which cave Zhuowen chose. After all, he knew that all the caves led to the same destination. He didn't care which cave Zhuowen chose. After choosing the cave, the first mountain god and Zhuowen entered the 58th cave. After the first mountain god and Zhuowen had chosen their caves, two more figures appeared in the sky outside the Black Lake. Yuan Hongwen, who was sitting cross-legged in the central divine palace, slowly opened his eyes. A bright light burst out from his eyes and fell on the two figures who were rushing over. The two figures were extremely fast and stopped in the sky above the Black Lake in an instant. Among the two figures, one was a lowly who was about 12 years old, and the other was slender and wore a ghost mask. The specific age of this person was unknown. Yen Tianwei of the prophet family? And who is this person? Yuan Hongwen first looked at Yen Tianwei. Then his gaze fell on the man with the ghost mask. He could feel an extremely strong sense of danger from the man with the ghost mask. This sense of danger was almost on par with that of the black-clothed man who had appeared beside Zhuowen. In fact, the aura of the man with the ghost mask was even more strange and unpredictable. It was even difficult for him to capture it. Yen Tianwei glanced at Yuan Hongwen indifferently, then her gaze fell on the central divine palace and the Taotai below Yuan Hongwen. She said to the man with the ghost mask next to her, "The big shot that Skyworm and you mentioned is sealed in the central divine palace. The central divine palace is connected to the Taotai. It contains the number 1 ancient seal, Merciless Time." The man with the ghost mask said indifferently, "Can you break this seal?" Yen Tianwei's eyes flickered, but she said in a deep voice, "Yes, but it will take too long." "Ha! I have a way to shorten the time for you. Now, let's get rid of this eyesore first." The man with the ghost mask smiled cruelly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, countless black vortexes gushed out from his fingertips, swallowing the space around the man. Under the suction of the vortexes, the man's figure was faintly discernible and hazy. The countless black vortexes gathered together and finally formed a black talisman. The center of the black talisman showed the pattern of a vortex. "Spinning Thorn Holy Talisman, you are from the Spinning Thorn family? How did you enter the ancient battlefield?" Yuan Hongwen frowned slightly and stared at the man with the ghost mask. The man with the devil mask laughed and said, "It was all thanks to your Chaos Temple's divine master that I was able to enter the primordial battlefield. However, he probably didn't expect that I would come to snatch his central palace." Roar. Taotai looked up to the sky and roared. His tyrannical eyes stared at the man with the ghost mask. After all, Taotai was not an ordinary creature. It was extremely intelligent, so it naturally understood the words of the man with the ghost mask. It knew that the 2 people in front of it did not come with good intentions. Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed into needles. He did not expect that the 2 people came in because of the Divine Lord. He said with a gloomy face, "Since the Divine Lord allowed you to enter the ancient battlefield, you should do your best to help the Divine Lord go deep underground." "What do you mean by this?" The man with the ghost mask sneered and said, "Do my best to help? Your noble Lord God doesn't have any good intentions. He invited me because of Tianwei's prophecy ability and my strength. Maybe he also wants to have a scapegoat." Yuan Hongwen's face was extremely gloomy. He was on guard as he stared at the man with the ghost mask. The man gave him a strong sense of threat, so he had to be on guard. The man with the ghost mask did not speak any more nonsense. He stepped out with his right foot and a strong black vortex spread out under his foot. Then he disappeared into the void. The moment the man with the ghost mask disappeared, the sense of crisis in Yuan Hongwen's mind became even stronger. He did not hesitate to bite his thumb. Then blood spurted out and constantly drew strange marks and patterns on the ground of the main hall. Rumble! The entire surface of the central palace was covered with dense lines of blood. These lines of blood began to spread continuously, enveloping the Taotai below the central palace. If one looked carefully, the bloodlines formed a very regular blood pattern on the surface of Taotai's body. The blood pattern was the symbol of a blooming lotus. Bang! Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen felt that the entire central divine palace was shaking. Then he turned around and found that the man with the ghost mask had swept to the surface of the central divine palace. Relying on the power of the black vortex, he was constantly bombarding the defense outside the central divine palace. The ancient forbidden red lotus blood formation. It seems that the old man with the surname Gu set it up in the central divine palace. The man with the ghost mask silently looked at the countless red lines that covered the entire central divine palace and the surface of Taotai. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Awoo! Taotai roared and suddenly turned around. He grabbed at the man with the ghost mask. His right claw, which was covered with red lines, was filled with a terrifying wild aura. The man with the ghost mask waved his right hand, and a black vortex covered his right palm. Then he slammed it on the right claw of Tao Tai. Then, under Yuan Hongwen's horrified gaze, Tao Tai's right claw was directly blasted away. Moreover, the black vortex was like a maggot. It spread along Tao Tai's right claw and wrapped up his entire right arm. It was as if there were countless black bugs gnawing on Tao Tai's right arm. Rumble! Countless red threads on the Tao Tai's right arm condensed into a brilliant blood-red lotus. This lotus slowly bloomed, and the black vortex around it was completely removed. Moreover, the red lotus did not weaken and bloomed petals. These petals were as red as blood. It was a shocking sight. They were even more like fire with a scorching temperature that scorched the heaven and earth. The man with the ghost mask narrowed his eyes and sneered. He threw a punch with his right hand, and the black vortex suddenly condensed into a long black dragon under the fist wind. The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the red lotus directly into its stomach. Tianwei, I'm counting on you. The man with the ghost mask looked at Yen Tianwei and said with a smile. Yen Tianwei floated not far away. She pointed her 5 fingers with her right hand, and her eyes showed a dignified look. She was constantly checking the surroundings of Tao Tai and the central divine palace, as if she was trying to figure out the flaws of the red lotus blood formation. Tao Tai's left rib is 3 inches 3 points. Yen Tianwei's eyes flashed. The man with the ghost mask laughed and stepped on the ground with his right foot. The surrounding void suddenly collapsed, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When the man with the ghost mask appeared again, he was 3 inches away from Tao Tai's left rib. Then, the man with the ghost mask punched 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 Tao Tai let out a sorrowful cry, and his whole body burst into clouds of blood mist. The red lines on his surface had a trace of dimming, and his movements were stagnant. 2 points on the navel. Yen Tianwei continued. The man with the grimmest mask meticulously carried out Yen Tianwei's orders. 2 more punches hit Tao Tai's navel. Tao Tai's sorrowful cries were even louder and richer, and he even directly spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 inches on the back. 1 point on the Tianling acupoint can be broken. Suddenly, Yen Tianwei's voice rose a little. The man with the ghost mask laughed and stepped on the void with his right foot. He instantly swept to the top of Tao Tai's head. Then, his right hand became a claw and pointed at the Tianling acupoint on Tao Tai's head. Bang! 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 Chapter 1826. Time is merciless. Awua! The moment the red lotus blood array was broken, Tao Tai's eyes flashed fiercely. He opened his mouth, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared in his mouth. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The masked man laughed, and with a flick of his right hand, he took out a finger-sized iron rod from his spirit ring. The masked man bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and sprayed it on the iron rod. Suddenly, the iron rod began to expand crazily to a size of several hundred feet. Then, the masked man grabbed it and placed it on top of Tao Tai's big mouth. Tao Tai whimpered, but unfortunately, the iron rod firmly fixed its mouth so that it could not close it at all. At the same time, the masked man made a seal with his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Immortal technique, infinite void." Suddenly, the void around Tao Tai gradually bent and was isolated by him, forming an independent void cage. Yuan Hongwen stood in the central palace, staring at the isolated void around him, and said coldly, "Are you Yang Yi's messenger?" In Yuan Hongwen's memory, the immortal technique Infinite Void was Yang Yi's unique immortal technique, and it was very powerful. The masked man smiled gently, but did not answer Yuan Hongwen's question. Instead, he took a step forward and swept directly toward Yuan Hongwen in the central palace. Yuan Hongwen's face changed slightly, and he did not hesitate to enter the central palace. In a flash, he disappeared from the central palace and closed the door. The masked man swept to the front of the central palace. He stared at the closed door indifferently, but did not attack the door. The central palace was extremely sturdy. Although the masked man was strong, it was unlikely that he could break the central palace by himself. The masked man waved his sleeve, and countless black vortexes like maggots enveloped the door of the central palace. With Yuan Hongwen's strength, once he opened the door, he would be directly attacked by these black vortexes. Inside the hall, Yuan Hongwen naturally detected the black whirlpools outside the door with his spiritual sense. His expression was extremely ugly. These black whirlpools gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not open the door. What is the purpose of this person and Yen Tianwei? Yuan Hongwen revealed a bitter smile and muttered in a low voice. Could it be that they are here for the heavenly worm sealed inside the Taotai? Yuan Hongwen suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and he looked anxious. He wanted to inform God, Master Do Hua, but he realized that the Black Lake's voice transmission jade slip had lost its effect. He couldn't send any message to Do Hua. The man with the devil mask nodded at Yen Tianwei and said, "Let's enter the sealed land and take a look. It would be best if the ancient forbidden spell, Merciless Time, can be undone. If not, I will have to forcibly bring Gong Ge and Skyworm out." Yen Tianwei nodded and said, "We can try." With that, the man with the ghost mask took the lead, and the two entered the black hole in the Taotia's big mouth. After a while, the two of them came to a strange space. This space was extremely big, and the surroundings were blood red. Moreover, the blood-red flesh walls were filled with countless meridians, as if they were the internal organs of the Taotai. At the end of the blood-red space, a huge black shadow was faintly discernible. The surface of the black shadow was entwined with countless blood-red veins, and invisible ripples flickered around the black shadow. It should have been planted with an extremely powerful restriction. The man with the ghost mask slowly walked toward the black shadow. He gently extended his right hand. The moment his right hand touched the restriction ripples, an invisible wave spread out, spreading into the surrounding space. The man with the ghost mask frowned slightly. His extended right hand was rapidly aging. Traces of wrinkles constantly appeared, which looked extremely strange. The man with the ghost mask pulled back his right hand. His eyes were cold, as he said, as expected of the number one forbidden spell of the ancient times. The Merciless Time really is impressive. It's because of the merciless time and the power of the passage of time that the terrifying reproduction ability of Skyworm can be completely suppressed. Yen Tianwei frowned slightly. She looked at the man with the ghost mask with some displeasure and said, "Didn't I remind you before that there must be high-level arcanists of the chaotic temple in this sealed land? Are you trying to draw them out by triggering the forbidden spell so recklessly?" The man with the ghost mask smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I only saw the seal of Skyworm here, but I didn't see Gong Ge. He's probably sealed in an even more hidden place. It won't work if there's no one to lead the way." As soon as the man with the ghost mask finished speaking, the entire blood-red space began to tremble violently. In the very depths of the blood-red seal was a hall embedded in the wall of flesh. There was a huge formation within the hall. The formation was composed of countless complicated inscriptions. Countless strands of white light radiated from the formation. They turned into strange white chains that circled above the formation. At the end of the formation, a white-haired, middle-aged man floated quietly. The white chains that emerged from the formation bound the white-haired man tightly, making it impossible for him to move at all. If Zhuowen were present, it would not have been difficult for him to recognize the white-haired man as the man formed from the 6 body parts he had collected from the 6 danger zones. His name was Gong. Around the complicated formation, there were 9 figures sitting cross-legged. These 9 people were all dressed in loose robes, and they looked to be in their 60s or 70s. At the same time, he could tell from their robes that they were all arcana masters. The mental energy that radiated from them was extremely dense as well. He could tell that all 9 of them were Heaven Saint Masters from how dense their mental energy was. Suddenly, one of the old men with a long white beard opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the wall of flesh and landed on the blood-red space where the celestial insect was. He said with a gloomy expression, "The merciless time restriction has been activated. Someone has broken into the place where the celestial insect is sealed." "Who is it? Who's so bold to break into this sealed place? Don't they know that this is the forbidden grounds of the chaotic divine temple?" A red-haired old man grumbled. "The 8 of you go stop the intruder. If there's a need, kill him on the spot," the white-bearded old man said coldly. The other 8 old men all nodded politely. Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the leader of the 9 of them. "Let's go. I'll definitely kill every single intruder who dares to break into this forbidden grounds." The red-haired old man was extremely hot-tempered. With a cold snort, he stepped into the air with his right foot and directly vanished from the hall. The 7 other people looked at each other. Under the white-bearded old man's signal, they all followed the red-haired old man. In the blood-red space, the man with the ghost mask stood quietly with his hands behind his back, while Yen Tianwei stood vigilantly behind the man with the ghost mask. Her eyes swept around, as if she was on guard against something. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 8 figures appeared above the blood-red space. The leader of the 8 was the red-haired old man. At this moment, the red-haired old man's hair stood on end as his eyes spat fire. He coldly stared at the masked man and Yen Tianwei and said, "How bold of you to break into this place. Do you want to die?" The masked man said calmly, "You've misunderstood. The 2 of us have entered this place for important matters. I heard that there should be 9 heavenly saint masters guarding this place. Why hasn't Master Yao Huai come?" The red-haired old man's eyes were cold as he said, "There's no need for Senior Yao Huai to personally deal with the 2 of you." He. The masked man sneered. He mocked, "Since there's another one in the depths, there's no need for me to show mercy and leave him alive." With that, the masked man stomped his right foot and a black vortex condensed beneath his feet. Like a ghost, he vanished from where he stood. "How arrogant!" The red-haired old man's eyes were cold as he said to the 7 people behind him, "Everyone form the octopus universe formation." The other 7 nodded solemnly. They could feel the unusualness of the man with the ghost face mask. Following the red-haired old man's instructions, they split into 8 different directions. Soon after, the 8 of them formed hand seals, and the black and white extreme diagram appeared around them. The black and white extreme diagram rotated continuously, and a terrifying crushing force emerged from it. This crushing force was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could crush the entire sky. The man with the devil mask appeared next to an old man. The old man roared and formed a seal with his right hand. The black and white 2 extremes picture spun rapidly and pressed down on the man, with the devil mask wanting to crush him completely. Sensing the abnormality of the diagram, the eyes of the masked man flickered. He did not face it head-on. Instead, He stomped his right foot and dodged the attack. Immortal technique, infinite space. The masked man coldly snorted. He pressed his right hand against the empty space, and immediately the space around the 8 people immediately began to distort. Afterward, the distorted space suddenly separated the 8 of them into independent spaces. It was like a spatial cage, which was extremely strange. Break. The red-haired old man coldly snorted. The 8 of them surged with terrifying mind power. Then, the octopus universe formation, formed by the 8 of them, erupted with great power. The independent space began to shake violently as if it would collapse at any time. Immortal technique, Void Dragon Devour. The masked man's hand seals changed. Suddenly, the space around him began to distort and finally formed a huge void dragon. The void dragon roared, opened its huge dragon mouth, and swallowed the independent space into its stomach. Bang! Chapter 1827. Elder Yao, why the explosion of the void dragon caused most of the space in the blood-red space to become a strange vacuum. Bang! 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 Suddenly, in the center of the vacuum, continuous sounds of explosions rang out. Then, the red-haired old man rushed out with a pale face. Behind him, 3 other old men who were in an even worse state than him rushed out. However, their faces were filled with grief, indignation, and fear. The strength of the man with the ghost face mask in front of them was terrifying. The octagon universe formation formed by the 8 of them was broken so easily by this person. Moreover, 4 of them died at the moment of the void dragon's explosion, and even their real bodies disappeared into the void. Oh, you're actually still alive? Looks like you're not simple. The devil-masked man looked at the red-haired old man in surprise. Just now, it was this red-haired old man who opened up the vacuum and brought the 3 people behind him out. But you'll all end up the same. It's just a matter of time before you die. The man with the ghost face mask smiled cruelly and slowly disappeared, appearing behind the 4 like a ghost. Stop him. The red-haired old man's expression was unsightly. He waved his right sleeve and fiery red crystals flew out one after another. They were arranged in an irregular pattern, and waves of crimson flames burst out from these crystals. These flames scattered and finally formed a huge fire shield that was dozens of feet in size, blocking in front of the 4 people. The man with the ghost face mask sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a black vortex gradually filled the air in his palm, turning into a black ball that was constantly rotating. It suddenly blasted on the fire shield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the black ball came into contact with the fire shield, a strange buzzing sound burst out. The fire energy in the fire shield was completely absorbed by the black ball. What? The red-haired old man's pupils shrank as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Elder Chi Yin, hurry up and go. Inform Elder Yao Huai to avenge us. The 3 old men, standing behind the red-haired old man, had resolute looks in their eyes. They rushed out like moths to a flame, rushing toward the man with the ghost face mask. They knew that the man with the ghost face mask was too powerful. The octagon universe formation formed by the 8 of them was easily broken by this person. There was no doubt that the remaining 4 of them were no match for this person. The red-haired old man's eyes showed a trace of reluctance, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He nodded cautiously, and with a step of his right foot, his whole body was wrapped in flames as he rushed toward the depths of the space studio. Yen Tianwei looked indifferently at the red-haired old man Huai Mu Shursen studio. Why? Immediately, not long after the red-haired old man flew out, an invisible ripple appeared in front of him. The ripple formed circles and it looked extremely magical. The red-haired old man's eyes flickered as he struck out with his right palm. Flames surged into the sky and condensed into the tip of a curved blade. It fiercely slammed into the formless ring in front of him. Bang! Why, Studio Lee? Why, Studio? Why, Studio? Why, Studio? Why, Studio? You can't escape. An indifferent voice came from behind the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man turned around and saw the man with the ghost face mask standing not far behind him. The three old men who were blocking the man with the ghost face mask had become three cold corpses. Bastard! Seeing the three corpses behind the man with the ghost face mask, the red-haired old man's eyes turned red. He roared. The flames raged all over his body, forming an endless sea of fire around him. The man with the ghost face mask smiled. His whole body was wrapped in countless black vortexes. Then he walked toward the red-haired old man. He was not afraid of the sea of fire at all. When the man with the ghost face mask arrived in front of the red-haired old man, the red-haired old man felt his whole body stagnate. Then he was shocked to find that his body was surrounded by black vortexes. Time is ruthless. Do you know the way to break it? The man with the ghost face mask asked casually. The red-haired old man stared at the man with the ghost face mask and growled, "Who the hell are you?" "It seems that you don't want to say. It's a little troublesome." The man with the ghost face mask shook his head. Then his right hand turned into a claw and grabbed the red-haired old man's head. He forcefully checked the memories in the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness. After a while, the red-haired old man's vitality was completely cut off. The man with the ghost face mask narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yen Tianwei and said, "This person's memories may be useful for you to break the spell." Then the man with the ghost face mask pulled out the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness. Then he flicked his finger and threw it to Yen Tianwei. After receiving the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness, Yen Tianwei checked it carefully and said, "Time is ruthless." Although it was set up by Saint Master Gu of the Primal Chaos Temple, this red-haired old man is a high-level member of the Primal Chaos Temple. He has seen the process of Gu setting up the spell. This memory is indeed very useful to me. Then you break the spell here first. I will go and meet the old man in the depths. The man with the ghost face mask said. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and walked toward the depths of the blood-red space. Yen Tianwei looked at the back of the man with the ghost face mask. Then he came in front of the huge black shadow in the corner of the blood-red space. Then Yen Tianwei flicked his finger and took out a ball of black gas from his spirit ring. As soon as the black gas appeared, it began to squirm. Its shape kept changing. Finally, it turned into an extremely strange human figure. This strange human figure had the head of an insect. Its whole body was covered in a tough shell. What was even stranger was that there were 12 arms on both sides of the strange human figure. With a casual wave of the 12 arms, it was actually able to set off a terrifying storm in the surroundings. A wild and terrifying aura surged out from the strange humanoid figure. If Zhuowen saw this strange human figure here, he would definitely recognize that it was the sky worm avatar that had appeared in the Bitter Sea Emperor's tomb back then. Back then, the sky worm avatar had been sealed by Yang Yi and brought to the Middle Earth. However, he did not hand it over to the Chaos Temple. Instead, he hid it for himself. The sky insect avatar slowly opened his bloody eyes. His gaze landed on the formation that was surging with the merciless ripples of time. Through the formation, he looked at the enormous black figure inside and said passionately, main body, your main body has been sealed for too long. It should be in a deep sleep now. First, use the connection between your avatar and your main body to wake it up. Then, use your main body's power to attack the restriction inside. I will break the restriction from the outside. By combining the attacks from the inside and outside, we can break the restriction in one fell swoop, Yen Tianwei said calmly. The skyworm glanced at Yen Tianwei and nodded seriously. Then he walked to the side and sat cross-legged on the ground. His 12 arms kept forming seals as he chanted a complicated and awkward chant. Roar! Suddenly, the huge shadow that had been trapped in the merciless passage of time suddenly roared at the sky. Its huge body began to rampage, and the merciless passage of time began to shake violently under the impact of this huge shadow. It was as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, Yen Tianwei extended all 10 of her fingers. Invisible ripples radiated from her fingers and landed on the merciless time restriction, causing it to shake even more violently. In the depths of the blood-red space, the white-bearded old man suddenly stood up. He could clearly sense that the merciless time restriction before him was being severely damaged. At the same time, he could sense that the main body of the skyworm trapped in the restriction had actually awakened. What's going on? The main body of the skyworm should have been in an eternal slumber after being sealed by the merciless time. Why has it awakened? The white-bearded old man frowned as he murmured softly, "Swish!" Suddenly, there was the sound of something rushing over. Afterward, the person with the demon mask landed near the white-bearded old man. "Who are you?" The white-bearded old man's pupils shrank as he couldn't help but shout. However, the man with the devil mask didn't even look at the old man with the long white beard. His gaze fell on the formation in front of him, where the white-haired man was trapped by countless white chains. There was a rare look of excitement in his eyes. "Who are you? Where are Qi Yan and the others?" Yao Huai's face was a little ugly. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After all, the red-haired old man and the others were sent out by him to stop the intruder. Now, this strange person with the demon mask had broken in here, but the red-haired old man and the others were like a stone thrown into the sea. You're talking about those 8 good-for-nothings? You'll meet in the underworld soon. The man with the demon mask turned his head slightly. His gaze finally fell on Yao Huai as he grinned. "You killed them?" Yao Huai's eyes were gloomy as a murderous intent slowly brewed in his body. The man with the demon mask looked up to the sky and laughed. "Look at you. You really want to meet them soon, don't you? Then I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the man with the ghost face mask opened his mouth and spat out the revolving stab saint talisman. Then he pointed his sword finger at the saint talisman. Instantly, countless black vortexes rushed out and filled the entire space. If one were to look from the outside, one would be able to see that the place where the devil-masked man and Yao Huai were at was already covered by a huge black sphere. This black sphere was formed by countless black vortexes, densely packed together like locusts. "I won't waste time with you. Just destroy it for me." The eyes of the man with the ghost face mask were cold and emotionless. He clenched his right hand, and the black sphere around him began to shrink violently, shrinking toward Yao Huai. As the black sphere shrank, a terrifying sense of oppression came, as if it could annihilate Yao Huai into nothingness at any time. Yao Huai's pupils shrank. He shouted coldly and threw out thousands of yuan crystals from the spirit ring. Chapter 1828. Immortal God-locking array, nebula prison. Yao Huai's gaze was solemn. Mental energy surged out from between his eyebrows like a vast ocean. This mental energy spread to the surrounding crystals that were emitting starlight. Instantly, these crystals seemed to have turned into stars. These stars began to rotate continuously, turning into a vast nebula. This nebula continued to rotate, enveloping Yao Huai's entire body. Then it formed an extremely sealed nebula prison. The moment this nebula prison was formed, the black sphere shrank to the extreme, suddenly enveloping the nebula prison. However, the man with the devil face mask had already stepped out of the black sphere's range. The man with the devil face mask squeezed his right hand, and the black sphere shrank even faster. The black sphere, which was originally hundreds of feet wide, immediately shrank to about 10 feet. It even continued to shrink until it finally became a palm-sized black sphere. After the black sphere was formed, the man with the devil face mask waved his right hand and pinched the black sphere in his hand. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. "Disappear into the void." With that, the man with the devil face mask waved his right hand, opening a crack in the void, and threw the black sphere in. Then, the void slowly closed. After doing all this, the man with the devil face mask looked at the white-haired man bound by the white chains in the array. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. Void devouring. After coming back to his senses, the man with the devil face mask revealed a solemn expression. Then his right hand pointed at the void, and the spiral stab sacred rune in front of him burst out with dense black vortexes. These black vortexes were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They surrounded the magic formation, then slowly spread along the white chains. A suction force was generated from these black vortexes, as if they wanted to devour all of the white chains. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the array and the white chains were extremely extraordinary. The moment these black vortexes with extremely strong suction force attached to their surface, the chains and the array emitted a white light, and the black vortexes were all destroyed by the white light. Clang! After the black vortexes were dispelled, the complicated and profound runes in the array began to spin continuously. Then, white chains emerged from the underground array. These white chains were like white pythons. They violently shot out, directly towards the man with the devil face mask. The man with the devil face mask's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. The white chains and array could easily deflect the black vortexes. It was clear that the white chains and array were extraordinary. The man with the devil face mask did not dare to rashly go head-to-head with them. Fortunately, the white chain had a certain range restriction. When the person with the ghost face mask stepped out of the range, the white chain slowly shrank back into the array. The man with the devil face mask's eyes. He took a deep look at the white-haired man, who was bound by the white chains and had fallen into a deep sleep. The white-haired man with the white-haired man with the white chains, and had the white-haired man with the devil face realm white dragon. At this moment, Yen Tianwei and the celestial worm's main body were working together to break the merciless seal of time. "Is this time?" the man with the devil great ice to studio. "Give me one more day," Yen Tianwei said without raising his head. The man with the devil face mask nodded. Then he sat to the side and meditated with his legs crossed, waiting silently. A day quickly passed. The heavenly worm's body, which was trapped in the seal, suddenly roared. The crimson color in its eyes became even more intense. Then 12 arms suddenly shot out from within and slammed into the merciless seal of time. Yen Tianwei tapped all 10 of his fingers together, his eyes full of concentration. Bang! Finally, the array on the surface of the time, merciless array, began to be filled with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, almost covering the entire surface of the array. Break! The sky worm's time, white dragon roared at the sky. The aura in its body became more and more majestic. 12 arms shot out at the same time. billowing black gas gushed out from the 12 arms, making it even more powerful. Kacha! The time merciless array completely shattered into countless pieces. The skyworm's time white dragon roared with laughter. It rushed out from behind the array, its eyes scarlet. Whoosh! The moment the skyworm's time white dragon rushed out, the skyworm clone rushed into the skyworm's body and merged with it. I'm out. I'm finally out. I've been sealed by those despicable fellows from the chaotic divine temple for 10,000 years. I'm about to suffocate to death. The skyworm was extremely excited. It propped up its body and swung its 12 arms casually. At the same time, it stared indifferently at Yen Tianwei and the man with the devil face mask. It said, "The two of you are not bad. I'll remember your contribution. Now, come with me to save my master." The skyworm's arrogant attitude made Yen Tianwei frown. The two of them had worked so hard to save the skyworm, but the skyworm did not even thank them. Instead, it took the initiative to order them around. It was a little too much, but the person with the devil face mask sneered repeatedly and said, "Sky insect, 10,000 years of confinement has made you stupid, right? How dare you order me around like that?" The skyworm's eyes were cold. He turned around and looked at the man with the devil face mask. Their eyes met, and then the skyworm trembled. Fear filled its eyes, and it could not help but take a few steps back. It pointed at the man with the devil face mask and said, "Why, you are. Who I am is not important. Do you still dare to order us around like that?" The man with the devil face mask interrupted the skyworm and continued. The skyworm returned to its senses. It stared deeply at the man with the devil face mask before lowering its head slightly. It said respectfully, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare again." Yen Tianwei stared at the skyworm's change in attitude in surprise. She stared deeply at the man with the devil face mask and discovered that he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Although she had worked with the man with the devil face mask for quite some time now, the more she worked with him, the more she could not see through him. It was as if he was shrouded in layers of mystery. Even if one layer of mystery was removed, there would be another layer of mystery behind. It was almost endless. Let's go. The formation that traps God Ganj is not simple. Tianwei, you know more about it than I do. Go take a look. The man with the devil face mask said to Yen Tianwei. Yen Tianwei nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the depths of the blood-red space. They arrived before the formation very quickly and saw the white-haired man bound by countless white chains. "It's master," the skyworm said excitedly. The moment Yen Tianwei saw the formation, her eyes became serious. She slowly walked to the edge of the formation and studied it carefully. The seriousness on her face became even heavier, as expected of the Chaos Temple. It has such a terrifying ceiling formation. Yen Tianwei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What formation is this?" The man with the devil face mask asked. This formation was very famous in ancient times. I was only able to deduce it from ancient records. This formation is called the indestructible soul-locking formation. These white chains don't lock the body, but the soul. The reason God Ganj is unconscious is probably because his soul has been completely locked by this indestructible soul-locking formation. If we don't break this formation, he won't wake up at all. This formation is much more terrifying than the ruthless time restriction. Yen Tianwei's eyes became serious. Although the ruthless time restriction was known as the #1 restriction of ancient times, it was only the #1 restriction. However, formations were much more complicated and powerful than restrictions. The indestructible soul-locking formation was even more famous than the ruthless time restriction. Moreover, because it was a formation, Its power was far greater than the ruthless time restriction. Can you break it? The man with the devil face mask frowned. Yen Tianwei shook his head and said, "This formation is too powerful. Even with all I've learned, I still don't have the slightest confidence in breaking it. Moreover, this formation is extremely strange. Whether it's attacking or breaking it, it will trigger the soul-locking chains hidden in it. When that happens, the soul will fall into a deep sleep, and it will be difficult to wake up." Hearing this, the man with the devil face mask frowned slightly. It seemed that Yen Tianwei would not be able to break this formation. If you want to break this formation, I'm afraid you have to find Elder Gu. If I'm not mistaken, this formation was set up by Elder Gu. This old man is not simple, Yen Tianwei said with some fear. The man with the devil face mask nodded, and then waved his sleeve. Immediately, the space where the indestructible soul-locking formation was located twisted. Then, under the control of the man with the devil face mask, this space was isolated by him. Then, this isolated space began to shrink continuously. Finally, it became the size of a palm and fell into the palm of the man with the ghost face mask. It's time to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. Whether it's Sangye or Saint Master Elder Gu, we have to find them. Of course, we also have to find the mysterious force that injured the divine realm. The man with the devil face mask put the isolated space into his spiritual ring and said to Yen Tianwei, when the three of them came out of the black hole in Tao Tai's mouth, Tao Tai was crawling on the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and it was dying. It could die at any time. This strange beast has a lot of the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai. Sir, how about letting me devour it? The sky worm licked his lips and stared greedily at Tao Tai below. Up to you. However, I still have great use for the central divine palace. Don't swallow that palace too, the man with the devil face mask said lightly. Hee hee. Sir, don't worry. Tiangu laughed coldly. His body suddenly swelled to a size of tens of thousands of feet. Countless strange black figures appeared behind this Tiangu. They appeared like demons and monsters in the middle of the night as they emitted strange howls. Then, countless black shadows extended from the sky worm's body. These black shadows were like maggots in tarsal bones, shrouding Tao Tai's huge body. Awu! Tao Tai looked up to the sky and cried. The moment these black shadows descended on its body, they were gnawing on its flesh and sucking its blood. Chapter 1829. Young Lady Evil Spirit within the central divine hall, Yuan Hongwen's entire body trembled when he saw this scene through the senses of his soul. In particular, when he saw that the heavenly worm had actually devoured the Taoqia's flesh, the fear in his heart grew even more intense. Heavenly insect. These 2 lunatics have actually released the heavenly insect. Oh no, they wouldn't have released the heavenly god Imperial Spear as well, would they? Yuan Hongwen trembled all over as he muttered in a low voice. At this moment, Yuan Hongwen truly felt a sense of powerlessness, facing the heavenly insect and the masked man. He suddenly realized that he was really too weak. He was like an ant that could be crushed to death by these existences at any time. Countless black shadows shrank back into the heavenly insect's body. Then, the heavenly insect licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he looked at the central divine palace on the skeleton. He chuckled and said, "There seems to be a little guy in the palace, right?" The masked man glanced indifferently at the central divine palace and said indifferently, "This is the central divine palace, and also the palace that has suppressed you for 10,000 years. It won't be easy to break through this palace. We don't need to waste time on this." Hee hee, then we'll listen to you, sir. However, we can't let this little guy get away so easily. Let him taste the terror of the black water. The heavenly insect cackled. Then a black shadow surged out from his body. It swept up the central divine palace and tossed it into the black water lake. Splash! Inside the central divine palace, Yuan Hongwen smiled bitterly as he clenched his fists. He didn't like the feeling of being controlled, but there was nothing he could do. The entrance of the palace was covered by the masked man's black vortexes. If he stepped out of the palace, he would immediately be attacked by the black vortexes. At that time, his life would be in danger. Even if he went out, so what? He would still be devoured by the heavenly insect in the end. He didn't have the confidence to face the heavenly insect, who was already a terrifying existence 10,000 years ago. Moreover, there was the masked man behind the heavenly insect, who was even more terrifying. Bang! 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 The moment the central divine palace fell into the black water lake, it immediately alarmed the many black shadows in the lake. They all gathered and began to attack the central divine palace with no regard for their lives. That's good too. This way, we can draw away some unnecessary trouble. The man with the devil face mask glanced at the central palace that had sunk into the black lake. Then he stomped his right foot and jumped into the black lake. Yen Tianwei and the shrunken sky worm followed closely behind, closely following the man with the ghost face mask. After passing through the deep and distant tunnel, Zhuowen and the first mountain god arrived at the end of the tunnel. Zhuowen discovered that at the end of the tunnel there was actually an extremely large garden. This place was filled with clusters of flowers, and its myriad of colors always gave one a dazzling feeling. In front of the garden, there were several pavilions with carved railings and jades arranged in a picturesque, disorderly manner. In the middle of these pavilions, there was a huge palace with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Strange beasts of all shapes and sizes were arranged in rows, causing the surface of the palace to reveal a trace of majesty. At the same time, outside the palace, there were 9 huge golden statues. These 9 golden statues were covered in armor, as if they were incomparably divine, immortal soldiers. What made Zhuowen fearful was that in the depths of the palace in front of him, there was actually an aura that made his heart palpitate, slowly spreading out. This palace is not ordinary. I'm afraid there is some extremely terrifying existence inside. The first mountain god frowned slightly. Zhuowen nodded, but his expression was even more alert and vigilant. The moment Zhuowen and the first mountain god stepped into the garden, the entire garden suddenly trembled, as if there was some huge living creature at the bottom of the garden that was trembling. Suddenly, in front of Zhuowen, a bright red flower squirmed for a while, and a shadow appeared on the flower. This shadow was a young girl in the prime of her youth. This young girl was only wearing a light veil, and her hands were hugging her knees as she curled up on the ground. She slowly raised her head, revealing an innocent look, and stared at Zhuowen. Then she suddenly asked, "Can I ask you a question?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. It was already very strange that the image of a young girl had suddenly appeared on the flower. Moreover, this young girl had even asked him this so-called question. Zhuowen's heart was filled with bewilderment. "Can I ask you a question?" The young girl spoke again, and the innocent look in her beautiful eyes became even more intense. Zhuowen pondered for a while and said indifferently, "Ask away." After receiving Zhuowen's answer, the young girl was very happy. She asked, "Who am I?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the young girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with coldness, but he did not answer. "What's wrong? Why aren't you answering me?" The young girl asked anxiously. "I don't know." Zhuowen answered truthfully. At this moment, the young girl's face suddenly froze. She stared at Zhuowen, and the original innocent look in her eyes was replaced by a trace of ferocity. "You don't know? Why don't you know?" The young girl roared at Zhuowen, and the aura on her body suddenly became somewhat violent. Zhuowen slowly retreated dozens of steps. His eyes flickered as he stared at the roaring young girl in front of him, and the vigilance in his eyes became more and more intense. It seems that this is not good. The first mountain god looked around, and Zhuowen also followed the gaze of the first mountain god. He discovered that the flowers in the entire garden were actually the shadows of young girls, and these young girls' faces were filled with ferocity. "You definitely know who I am, but you didn't say it. You're lying to me. Why did you lie to me?" The young girl roared fiercely, and then the flower under the young girl's shadow began to squirm. The soil kept shaking, and then a skeleton crawled out. The skeleton's bones were quite slender, and it should have belonged to a woman when she was alive. Moreover, it was very likely that it was the skeleton of the young girl's shadow when she was alive. On top of the skeleton, there were flowers, and the roots of the flowers were implanted into the skull of the skeleton. It was as if the nutrients of the flowers were absorbed from the skeleton. Not only the flower under the young girl's shadow, but all the other flowers in the garden also crawled out from the soil, revealing the ferocious skeleton. Every flower in this garden represents the life of a young girl. The master who built this garden back then was really cruel. He actually used the bodies of women to cultivate the flowers. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said, "What? Are you pitying these pitiful girls who died?" The first mountain god said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I am indeed pitying them, but there is nothing I can do now. The only thing I can do is send these young girls' souls into the cycle of reincarnation." As he said that, Zhuowen bent his right finger, and suddenly countless underworld water droplets rushed out from his body, and then formed a huge gate of reincarnation behind him. Then Zhuowen stepped on the gate of reincarnation with his right foot and commanded the gate of reincarnation to rush toward the young girls' shadows in the garden. As the gate of reincarnation rushed toward them, the young girls' souls screamed and were directly absorbed by the gate of reincarnation, becoming a part of the gate of reincarnation. Without a doubt, the gate of reincarnation was the biggest nemesis of these young girls' evil spirits. Wherever the gate of reincarnation passed, the young girls' evil spirits were not spared at all. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek came from the hall in front of the garden. The shriek was so sharp that even Zhuowen could not help but cover his ears to resist the corrosion of the shriek. Rumble! The moment the shriek came, the eyes of the 9 huge golden statues standing in front of the hall shone with golden light. Then they turned their heads and stared coldly at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the 9 golden statues turned into 9 rays of golden light and rushed toward Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed and the earth cracked. "Leave the 9 golden statues to me. You deal with these souls." The first mountain god said indifferently. He stepped on the ground and rushed toward the 9 rays of golden light. Then he threw out a punch. A terrifying fist wind whizzed out, and the 9 rays of golden light stopped in midair, revealing the 9 huge statues. Clang, clang, clang. The moment the 9 golden statues were stopped by the first mountain god, they immediately pulled out the golden swords on their backs and slashed toward the first mountain god in unison. The first mountain god sneered. Golden light burst out from his body, and his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he grew to the same height as the 9 golden statues. The 9 golden swords slashed down on the first mountain god's body as expected. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's physical body had reached a terrifying level. When the 9 golden swords slashed on the first mountain god's body, countless sparks burst out, and they were unable to do much damage to him. "Break for me." The first mountain god laughed and punched the nearest golden statue with his right fist. The powerful fist wind stirred up a terrifying storm and swept toward the sky. Crack! When the fist landed on the golden statue buzzed. Countless cracks appeared on its body, and in the end, it collapsed inch by inch. The moment the golden statue was destroyed, the remaining 8 statues attacked the first mountain god for the second time. Unfortunately, the first mountain god did not care about these attacks at all. He continued to throw out punches. The remaining golden statues could not fight back at all, and they were smashed into dust by the first mountain god. On the other hand, Zhuowen's side was also very smooth. Wherever the gate of reincarnation passed, the young evil spirits were sucked into the gate of reincarnation and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that the gate of reincarnation's power was increasing as it absorbed these young evil spirits. It was as if some kind of law was being born in the gate of reincarnation. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the young evil spirit that first appeared, the young evil spirit's expression was extremely calm. She looked at the gate of reincarnation indifferently, and then said indifferently, "Before you absorb me, can you answer my question?" "No," Zhuowen said indifferently. Then the gate of reincarnation rotated and directly sucked the young evil spirit into the gate of reincarnation. Chapter 1830. Book Immortal Calm. When you've got a lot of guts, you actually dared to destroy the flowers and guards that I planted. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Then the originally faintly discernible terrifying aura suddenly became much more terrifying and solid. It was as if a terrifying existence was slowly walking out from the depths of the hall. Zhuowen looked over and saw a slender figure slowly walking out from the hall. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. At this moment, the man had his hands behind his back and was staring at Zhuowen and the first mountain god with a gloomy expression. Zhuowen observed carefully and found that there was a strange mark between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. The mark was in the shape of a strange beast opening its mouth to devour something. It was also emitting a strange blue light. The moment Zhuowen's gaze fell on the strange mark between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, he couldn't help but think of the terrifying giant claw that he encountered in the black pool. The aura of the mark was similar to the giant claw. Why is the aura of the mark between the man's eyebrows so similar to the giant claw? Could it be that the two of them are related? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He vaguely grasped the key point in his heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still couldn't figure it out. The moment the middle-aged man walked out of the hall, he glanced at Zhuowen. Then his gaze fell on the first mountain god. However, he slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel an aura from the first mountain god that he was extremely wary of. Book Immortal Calm. 1. The first mountain god was a little surprised. "Senior, do you know this person?" Zhuowen asked. This person was very famous in the ancient times. He was a true immortal expert. Although he wasn't as famous as the fighting Buddha demon Saint Shiji, he was still considered a top expert among the true immortals. Xiaohei appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. She looked at the middle-aged scholar with a complicated gaze and continued, 10,000 years ago, I clearly remember that Book Immortal Kong when had fallen in the great battle. However, I didn't expect that he didn't die. Instead, he is still in this hall. Kongwen, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I am number 22 under Master's command. I am not called Kongwen, the middle-aged scholar said with a cold gaze. Xiaohei and the first mountain god looked at each other. This Kongwen seemed to have completely forgotten his identity. Also, what did this so-called number 22 mean? Who is your master? Xiaohei's eyes flashed as she suddenly asked. However, Kongwen laughed loudly and said coldly, Master is master. If you want to trick me, you'd better give up on that idea. Xiaohei frowned slightly. This Kongwen had completely changed. What kind of existence was this master that he spoke of? Kongwen's current appearance should have something to do with the strange mark between his eyebrows. First Mountain God, capture this person alive and search through his memories. When the time comes, you will naturally know who his so-called master is, Xiao He said in a deep voice. That's exactly what I was thinking. The First Mountain God sneered. He took a step forward with his right foot and moved towards Kongwen at an extremely fast speed. The First Mountain God's body was too strong. Every step he took caused the garden to shake violently. How presumptuous! Kongwen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve, and instantly countless flowers floated out. Furthermore, a young female evil spirit appeared on each of the flowers. These evil spirits' faces were filled with malevolence as if they were in extreme pain. Roar, accompanied by the petals. These evil spirits let out an extremely ear-piercing howl and rushed towards the First Mountain God. The First Mountain God's eyes narrowed slightly. He threw out a punch, but he realized that these evil spirits did not have a physical body. His punch simply missed. These evil spirits brazenly attached themselves to the First Mountain God's body. This caused the First Mountain God to frown slightly. He only felt that his entire body was being attacked by a disgusting chill. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. However, just as the First Mountain God was being harassed by these evil spirits, Zhuowen had already arrived. He pointed his right finger and released the Gate of Reincarnation once again. As soon as the Gate of Reincarnation appeared, these evil spirits seemed to have met their nemesis. They screamed and fled, but they could not escape the suction force of the Gate of Reincarnation. Senior First Mountain God, leave these evil spirits to me. You can deal with Kongwen. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. The First Mountain God glanced at Zhuowen. Immediately after, his body moved like lightning and continued to rush towards Kongwen. Kongwen's eyes were ferocious as he coldly looked at Zhuowen. Immediately after, he opened his right hand and took out a golden book. Heaven's Fall and Earth's Rend is in this book. After he finished speaking, golden runes flew out from the golden book. These runes gathered into a huge golden mountain and crushed towards the First Mountain God. Moreover, the moment the golden mountain crushed down, the ground beneath the First Mountain God's feet began to crack, forming a deep abyss. The First Mountain God's right foot stomped on the void and directly jumped out of the abyss. He rushed towards the golden mountain that was crushing down. Heaven and Earth fist. The First Mountain God roared and threw out a punch. Heaven and Earth trembled. Countless violent winds gathered into violent ripples, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Rumble. The punch landed on the golden mountain. Instantly, the golden mountain shattered into countless golden dust. The runes that were lingering on the golden mountain were also instantly scattered by the punch. Kongwen frowned slightly. He coldly snorted and performed another hand seal. Countless golden runes flew out from the golden book and formed all kinds of sharp weapons. There were sabers, spears, swords, shields, and so on. They all flew towards the First Mountain God. The First Mountain God's physical body had reached an unparalleled level. These things could not cause any harm to him. After a short while, the First Mountain God rushed in front of Kongwen. He clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the surrounding space crackled. The violent storm turned into a huge wind dragon. It roared and engulfed Kongwen. Kongwen's face changed slightly. He held the golden book in his hand and raised it. Suddenly, endless golden light burst out from the golden book and scattered. It was like countless golden rain, forming a dazzling golden storm around him to resist the huge wind dragon. Heaven's Rend fist. The first mountain god's eyes were cold and emotionless. He punched out again. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the void. The moment the punch landed on the Golden Storm's defense, the Golden Storm was instantly destroyed. The punch was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted towards Kong Wen's chest. Kong Wen's eyes were filled with panic. Then it was replaced by determination. He pointed at the strange mark between his eyebrows with his right hand. Rumble! The moment the mark between Kong Wen's eyebrows lit up, an extremely strange roar sounded. Then the mark between his eyebrows began to rotate and turned into a strange phantom of a strange beast's head. The phantom of the strange beast's head suddenly swooped towards the first mountain god, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The first mountain god narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, the punch advanced. Its speed and power had increased by a lot. Bang! When the punch landed on the phantom of the strange beast's head, the terrifying fist energy exploded. The first mountain god originally thought that the fist energy would be able to shatter the phantom of the strange beast's head into dust. However, he did not expect the phantom of the strange beast's head to be so tenacious. After squirming for a while, it actually swallowed the first mountain god's fist. The first mountain god's eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but retreat. However, the head was extremely strange. The moment it swallowed the first mountain god's right hand, it wanted to extend towards his body. The first mountain god showed a decisive expression and did not hesitate to cut off his right arm. Blood splattered everywhere. The first mountain god's face was slightly pale as he retreated to Zhuowen's side. The phantom of the strange beast's head continued to chew. Then, with a gulp, it completely swallowed the first mountain god's right arm. It even made a strange chewing sound. Zhuowen was flabbergasted when he saw this scene. The phantom of the exotic beast's head was truly a little too bizarre. The first mountain god's body was unparalleled in the world. It was impervious to fire and water. However, it was still so easily swallowed by the phantom of the strange beast. After the phantom of the strange beast's head swallowed the arm, its blue eyes stared greedily at the first mountain god. At the same time, it let out a sinister laugh like an owl. What is this thing? Cold sweat appeared on Zhuowen's forehead. This thing is very strange. Its body has a devouring power that even I can't resist. As long as this devouring power comes into contact with me, it will be impossible to escape. The first mountain god looked at the phantom of the strange beast's head with great fear. Then he took out a pill and swallowed it. Immediately after, the wound on his right arm stopped bleeding. Moreover, a new arm grew out from the wound. Even so, Zhuowen could still feel that the first mountain god's aura was much weaker than before. Growing a new arm must have consumed a lot of his energy. It seems that it likes your body very much. Didn't you hear it shouting happily? Kong Wen suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with the desire to die. However, he looked at the phantom of the strange beast's head with a fanatical gaze. It was as if he was willing to sacrifice his life for the phantom of the strange beast's head. Roar! Suddenly, the phantom of the strange beast's head turned around and stared coldly at Kong Wen. Then, under the shocked gazes of Zhuowen and the first mountain god, the phantom of the strange beast's head opened its mouth and swallowed Kong Wen whole. Munch, munch! The sound of chewing echoed in the space again. That sound sent chills down one's spine. Zhuowen, we have to go. This thing is too strange. It seems that it can swallow anything. This is much more terrifying than Tao Tai. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. Just as he was about to retreat, the mysterious eyeball hiding in his collar suddenly moved. Then it shot out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the illusory head of the exotic beast. This Before Zhuowen could even react, the mysterious eyeball had already appeared in front of the phantom of the strange beast's head. Then, the mysterious eyeball blinked, and suddenly, a black lightning burst out from its pupil. Chapter 1831. Chessboard under the black lightning. The strange beast's skull was completely devoured by the black lightning without any resistance. Zhuowen was not the only one who was stunned. Even the powerful number 1 mountain god was dumbstruck. The devouring power of the strange beast's illusory head was giving him a headache. If he wanted to completely destroy the strange beast's skull, he could do so. However, he would have to pay a huge price, and he could not afford to take such a risk. However, the mysterious eyeball that had suddenly appeared had completely devoured the strange and troublesome strange beast's skull with just a single black lightning bolt. The usually calm first mountain god could not help but be shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After devouring the strange beast's skull, the mysterious eyeball kept blinking. It seemed to be extremely happy and satisfied. It was as if the strange beast's skull was an extremely delicious meal for the mysterious eyeball. Zhuowen, what is the origin of this mysterious eyeball? The first mountain god's eyes flickered as he asked. Zhuowen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I obtained this mysterious eyeball from the shattered elephant abyss. I am not sure of its exact origin, but I know that this eyeball has something to do with the god of heaven. Since it has something to do with the god of heaven, why is this eyeball with you? Moreover, the black lightning bolt that shot out from it is extremely extraordinary. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen understood the meaning behind the first mountain god's words. He nodded and said, I will pay attention to this matter. Zhuowen had already thought of the suspicious points of the mysterious eyeball. However, the eyeball did not show any abnormalities during the time it had been with him. Therefore, Zhuowen did not pay too much attention to it. However, the scene that had just happened reminded Zhuowen that the mysterious eyeball was not simple. There might be some hidden dangers. Therefore, Zhuowen secretly raised his guard against the mysterious eyeball. Swoosh! The mysterious eyeball returned to Zhuowen's side. After jumping around him, for a while, it returned to his collar. Zhuowen purposely inspected the mysterious eyeball and discovered that its aura was much stronger than before. Clearly, absorbing the illusion of the exotic beast's skull had benefited it greatly. Let's enter the palace and take a look. I wonder what is inside the palace. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded slightly when he heard this. Soon after, the two of them stepped into the large hall with cautious expressions. The inside of the hall was extremely dark. Behind the door was a deep tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a blue light emitting. This blue light gave people a cold feeling. The two of them walked through the tunnel and finally arrived at the end of the tunnel where the blue light was located. This was a large hall. There were dozens of huge stone pillars that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. The surface of these stone pillars was carved with dragons and phoenixes, making for a spectacular sight. Moreover, the surface of these stone pillars was emitting a faint blue light. This blue light spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire hall in a faint blue color. A cold chill swept out from the hall. Even Zhuowen could faintly feel a chill. In the depths of the hall, there was a huge throne. This throne was also emitting a faint blue light. The throne was very high. Below the throne, there was a staircase that was dozens of feet high. On the throne, there was a stalwart figure. Looking at the flickering figure, Zhuowen and the first mountain god were both on alert and slowly approached. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the staircase, they discovered that the figure sitting on the throne was not a real person, but a stone statue. This stone statue was extremely lifelike. It was the image of a middle-aged man. His eyes were looking straight ahead with a trace of arrogance. This person is Sangjia. Zhuowen stared at the figure sitting on the throne, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. Previously, when he was in the Black Ball, he saw everything that happened 10,000 years ago. Naturally, he was clear about Sangjia's appearance. The face of the statue on the throne was exactly Sangjia's appearance. Master, Xiaohe rushed out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows with an excited expression. He stared at the stone statue on the throne and trembled with excitement. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that there would be a stone statue of Sangjia in this hall. Could it be that Sangjia was really deep underground? And why was the stone statue of Sangjia here? Zhuowen carefully looked at the stone statue of Sangjia sitting on the throne and looking straight ahead. His eyes slowly narrowed. Suddenly, he discovered something. Deng! Zhuowen suddenly stepped onto the staircase and walked up to the throne. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the staircase, an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly crushed down. It was as if countless mountains had smashed onto Zhuowen's body at this moment. The dim blue light on the surface of the staircase instantly burst out with brilliant brilliance. Zhuowen frowned and immediately used the indestructible divine body of 10,000 Tao. The dark golden light on the surface of his body covered his whole body. He resisted the extremely terrifying pressure with his strong body. Deng! 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 Zhuowen walked up step by step. His speed was very fast, but it was very steady. He left a footprint with each step. Although the pressure became more and more terrifying as he walked up the steps, Zhuowen did not stop. The moment Zhuowen came to the front of the throne, the pressure there reached an amazing level. Even if Zhuowen used the perfection divine body, he could only bend slightly and look pale. In desperation, Zhuowen took out the Fushi cauldron. With the cauldron's characteristics, he absorbed the extremely powerful pressure around him. The moment the pressure was completely absorbed by the Fushi cauldron, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He looked straight ahead in the posture of the statue, but he was shocked. In front of him was a thick stone pillar. This stone pillar was not much different from the other stone pillars. If there was a difference, it would be that there was a dim blue mark on the top of the stone pillar in front of him. This dim blue mark was exactly the same as the mark on Kong, Wen's forehead. They were both in the shape of a strange beast opening its mouth and roaring. This stone pillar is not ordinary. Zhuowen silently withdrew his gaze and secretly memorized the stone pillar in his heart. The mark on the top of the stone pillar could not be seen at the same level as the throne. After coming down from the throne, Zhuowen came to the side of the first mountain god. The first mountain god asked, "Did you find anything up there?" Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, "I found a stone pillar that is different from the others. Follow me. I think this stone pillar is the key to entering the world behind the stone hall." As he spoke, Zhuowen took the lead and rushed out. After searching for around an hour in the hall, he finally found the stone pillar with the blue imprint at the top that Zhuowen had seen beside the throne. The blue light on the surface of this stone pillar was much brighter than the other stone pillars. Of course, this brightness was only relative. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. This stone pillar. The first mountain god looked at the stone pillar in front of him. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, he extended his right hand and gently placed it on the surface of the stone pillar. Soon after, he discovered that the entire hall began to shake. Soon after, the blue light on the surface of the stone pillar became much brighter. Not only that, but the blue light of the other stone pillars in the hall had also become much brighter. Moreover, the moment the blue light became brighter, Strands of blue light burst out from the surrounding stone pillars and surged into the stone pillar that Zhuowen was in. Kacha! Countless strands of blue light converged. The stone pillar faintly showed signs of not being able to hold on. Soon after, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks expanded and spread throughout the entire stone pillar. Soon after, the stone pillar collapsed. The blue light contained within wriggled violently and actually formed the illusion of the strange beast's head that Kongwen had released outside the hall. However, the size of this strange beast's head in front of him was clearly much larger than the previous one. Moreover, it gave Zhuowen a feeling that this blue head did not give off a strong sense of danger. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. This head looked down at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then it slowly swooped down, opened its mouth, and swallowed Zhuowen and the first mountain god. The first mountain god originally wanted to resist, but he was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he said, "The entrance to this hall is in this head's mouth. There is no need to resist." Hearing this, the first mountain god fell silent. In the end, he chose to believe Zhuowen and did not resist. When the blue strange beast's head swallowed Zhuowen and the first mountain god, the entire hall returned to its original state. The shattered stone pillar also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. When Zhuowen and the first mountain god completely disappeared from the hall, in the depths of the 59th cave beside Zhuowen, there was another hall. There was also a large hall here, but this hall was built on a boundless grassland. Here, green was the main color. Inside the hall, the man with the devil mask, Yan Tianwei, and Skyworm stood quietly in front of a stone pillar. If I'm not mistaken, this cave and the hall inside are only the entrance test to the depths of the heavenly armor planet. Once we enter the entrance, the true test will begin, Yan Tianwei said calmly. The man with the devil mask nodded. Then he looked at Skyworm and said, "After entering this place, you should change your appearance. Otherwise, you'll definitely be recognized by the Divine Master, Do Hua." "You're right, sir." Skyworm clasped his fist. The black gas around him wriggled, and his originally ferocious appearance began to change. In the end, he became a young man in gray. Even the unique aura within Skyworm's body was completely concealed. Even an expert like the Divine Master, Do Hua, would find it difficult to tell that this young man was actually a young man. "Now, let's open the entrance," Yan Tianwei said calmly. His small hand landed on the stone pillar. Immediately, a blue light shone. What happened next was the same as what happened in the hall where Zhuowen was. After that, the three of them were swallowed by the strange beast's head. After Yan Tianwei and the other two disappeared from the hall, in the depths of the heavenly armor planet, there was a space. In the center of the space was a black river. Above the river was a rather large wooden bridge. Chapter 1832. The black desert one of them formed a sword with his hands and pinched an oval black chess piece. He gently placed it on the chessboard. The crisp sound of the chess piece hitting the chessboard echoed around the wooden bridge like an echo in an empty valley. "Looks like all the chess pieces are here. I wonder what kind of exciting chess game these chess pieces will bring us next." After the chess piece was placed, the figure shrouded in black fog revealed a pair of scarlet eyes and sneered. Opposite this person, who was also shrouded in black fog, said indifferently, "Don't be careless. These chess pieces are not simple. They might be able to break open this chess world." "Ha ha. So what if I break it open?" "It'll be even better if I break it open. I haven't tasted a human warrior in a long time." The person licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. It was an endless desert. Furthermore, the sand that made up the desert was not yellow, but pitch black. Wisps of strange, gray gas lingered around the desert. These wisps of gray gas constantly wriggled in the air like gray snakes. When the two figures landed here, they immediately caused the surrounding black sand to sweep up. Furthermore, the gray gas that had been quietly lingering in the air began to stir. Is this the space inside the hall? Shuo Wen surveyed his surroundings, revealing a trace of surprise and bewilderment in his eyes. In particular, the gray aura that lingered in the surroundings actually gave him a sense of danger. Be careful of the gray gas. Suddenly, the first mountain god said to Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen heard the sound of something breaking through the air around them. The gray gas that had been quietly lingering around them suddenly rushed toward Zhuowen and the first mountain god like flower petals. The terrifying gray gas was like a volcanic eruption. It hung upside down and engulfed Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Zhuowen's expression was ugly. He flicked his right finger and immediately used the slaughtering finger of Acheron. A huge gate of reincarnation appeared around him and suddenly blasted out. Instantly, the gray gas that was lingering around them was dispersed. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity and took a step forward, directly escaping the area where the gray gas gathered and lingered. The first mountain god punched out, causing the gray gas to disperse as it followed closely behind Zhuowen. Furthermore, the first mountain god discovered that the gray gas was rather fearful of his physical strength. The moment he punched out, the surrounding gray gas had already dispersed in advance. In fact, he did not actually hit the gray gas. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhuowen dashed out, the gray gas seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It directly enveloped the gate of reincarnation, densely packed. Not long after, Zhuowen discovered to his shock that the gate of reincarnation was gradually shrinking. In the end, the gate of reincarnation completely vanished. Moreover, after devouring the gate of reincarnation, the amount of gray gas had increased by a lot. What? The gray gas swallowed the gate of reincarnation? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't help but retreat as he stared at this scene in horror. The first mountain god's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something. He said to Zhuowen in a deep voice, "Try using another immortal technique." Hearing this, although Zhuowen was surprised, he did not say anything. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand, and celestial core power gushed out as he used the Lone Peak immortal technique. A huge lone peak formed from countless celestial core power, and it smashed down from midair, smashing into the gray gas. However, the gray gas was very smart. They all retreated, and then they enveloped the entire lone peak, making it airtight. Under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, the lone peak's size gradually shrank and finally turned into nothingness. The amount of gray gas increased again, like a cockroach that could not be killed. This gray gas should live by devouring celestial core power. The immortal technique you used contains extremely rich celestial core power, although its destructive power is strong. It is an excellent delicacy in the eyes of the gray gas, the first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. This was the first time he had seen a gray gas that could devour celestial core power. How should I break it? Zhuowen knew that since the first mountain god had said this, he should have a solution. Fight it with your physical body. The gray gas is extremely afraid of physical bodies. The first mountain god said. Hearing this, Zhuowen did not hesitate. He immediately used the 10,000 indestructible divine body, and his entire body was covered in dark gold, making him look like a mighty god of war in golden armor. Zhuowen took a step forward and directly shot towards the grayish chi. He threw a punch forward, causing a wild wind to howl. Soon after, he discovered that the grayish chi, which had been extremely difficult to deal with earlier, had actually dodged the instant it made contact with his fist. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he changed the direction of his fist. He swung it to the side, and his fist turned into a claw and caught the gray gas that was trying to escape in his palm. Then, Zhuowen realized that when the gray gas came into contact with his skin, which was glowing with dark gold light, the gray gas went into his skin. Soon after, he discovered that the moment the gray gas entered his skin, it actually caused his physical body to faintly show signs of strengthening. Although this strengthening trend was not particularly obvious, it was still detected by Zhuowen, senior first mountain god. Absorbing the gray gas can increase the strength of your physical body, Zhuowen said happily. The first mountain god's eyes lit up, and he did the same thing. He grabbed a ball of gray gas and absorbed it. Indeed, he could feel his physical body showing signs of strengthening. However, the first mountain god's physical body had reached the ultimate perfection realm, and the gray gas had little effect on him. The gray gas is quite beneficial to you. I will help you collect the gray gas, and you can absorb it to cultivate the 10,000 indestructible divine body. As the first mountain god spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot and chased after the gray gas around him. Although the gray gas was fast, it was not as good as the first mountain god, and they were all caught by the first mountain god. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, the first mountain god kept transferring the gray gas around Zhuowen for Zhuowen to absorb. This place was full of danger. If Zhuowen's cultivation could become stronger, it would be of great help, and he would not be a burden. There was a lot of gray gas around the Black Desert, and the first mountain god had collected almost all the gray gas in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The amount of gray gas could be described as a vast ocean. It took Zhuowen half a month to completely absorb the massive amount of gray gas. His holy body was indeed much stronger than before, but there was still a certain distance between him and the great perfection. I need more of this gray gas. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he said in a deep voice. The first mountain god came to Zhuowen and said, I have collected all the gray gas in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. If you want more, you have to go to the source of the gray gas. After half a month of investigation, the source of the gray gas is 100,000 miles ahead, the first mountain god said calmly. Zhuowen looked at the direction the first mountain god was pointing at, and he found a wisp of gray gas floating in the sky far away. It was like a lone smoke in the desert. Let's go and take a look. Zhuowen's eyes were burning. After tasting the sweetness of the gray gas, Zhuowen naturally wanted to absorb more of it. If the gray gas was really the source of the gray gas, Zhuowen would not let it go. When the two of them were only a few thousand meters away from the gray gas, they found that under the gray gas was a huge tower. The gray gas was floating out from the top of the tower. At that moment, at the top of the tower, where the gray gas was coming from, a figure stood. This person was wearing black and ferocious armor, and his eyes were emitting a cold, bloody light. When Zhuowen and the first mountain god approached the tower, the black-armored man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then he grinned and said, You are able to come here. Not bad. This place will be your burial ground. The black-armored man made a gesture with his right hand, and suddenly many black shadows rushed out from the sand at the bottom of the tower. These black shadows were all wearing black armor, and their faces were covered by masks. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. There were a total of 10 black shadows. When these black shadows rushed out, strange black flames appeared on the surface of their black armor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 black shadows were extremely fast. They were covered in black flames as they rushed toward Zhuowen and the first mountain god. You are just a bunch of minions. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The first mountain god sneered. He took a step forward and stomped on the black sand in front of him. Suddenly, countless black sand rolled and surged into the sky, forming an extremely terrifying and strange black sand wave. The moment the black sand wave surged, the first mountain god rushed out like a ghost. After 10 colliding sounds, the first mountain god landed on the ground again. As for the 10 black figures that were originally rushing over, they were all sent flying backwards. As they were sent flying backwards, the black flames on the surface of the 10 black figures were extinguished. Their bodies also collapsed into a pile of loose sand as they were sent flying backwards. The instant the 10 black shadows were destroyed, it immediately attracted the attention of the black-armored man at the top of the tower. He looked at the first mountain god deeply and said, "Your strength is not bad. However, since you dare to enter this place, you will not escape the fate of death." "Death my ass. Today, I will tear down this broken tower of yours." The first mountain god snorted and clenched his right hand. Suddenly, the void beside his right hand collapsed, and a black rod appeared in his right hand. Holding the black rod in his hand, the first mountain god swung it and heavily smashed it at the bottom of the black tower. Moreover, the moment the black rod was swung, it expanded continuously and finally turned into a black mountain that was thousands of feet tall. Rumble! The huge mountain smashed at the bottom of the tower, causing the entire tower to tremble violently. The black-armored man's pupils shrank and revealed a trace of horror in his eyes. "Not enough. Break for me." The muscles on the first mountain god's right hand bulged, and he swung it again. The black mountain instantly expanded from a few thousand feet to a few 100,000 feet tall. Wherever the mountain passed, the space shattered and countless grains of sand danced in the air, creating a terrifying sandstorm. Every sandstorm was enough to annihilate an earthly immortal realm warrior. If Zhuowen did not rely on the strong body of the indestructible divine body, he might not be able to withstand the terrifying sandstorm. Bang! Chapter 1833. Perfect Saint Body. The black-armored man's pupils shrank. The moment the tower shattered, he moved like a shuttle and disappeared from where he stood. Whoosh! At the same time, countless gray gas leaked out from the tower. Like steam, it spread out in all directions. In the middle of the gray gas, a gray bead was faintly discernible. Zhuowen saw the bead hidden in the gray gas. He guessed that the bead was the source of the gray gas. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and rushed toward the gray bead like a ghost. He believed that as long as he absorbed all the gray gas in the gray bead, his saint body would reach the perfect saint body. The black-armored man saw through Zhuowen's actions. He snorted and waved his right hand. Suddenly, countless black flames rushed out from his hand and turned into a huge black fire spear. With a whoosh, the spear pierced toward Zhuowen's heart. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's body was as fast as lightning. The instant the black fire spear was about to reach Zhuowen, he had already intercepted it. Then, his right hand slashed down like a blade, directly cutting the black fire spear into two. "Your opponent is me." The first mountain god's gaze was as cold as a knife. He rushed toward the black-armored man without hesitation. The black-armored man narrowed his eyes but did not dare to be careless. The first mountain god gave him a very heavy pressure. "Zhuowen, leave this person to me. Absorb the gray bead. If your saint body can reach the perfect saint body, you won't have to be as cautious as before." The first mountain god's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He summoned the blood immortal and asked her to protect him. Then, Zhuowen sat cross-legged and began to absorb the gray gas in the gray bead. The moment Zhuowen absorbed the gray gas in the gray bead, the first mountain god and the black-armored man started fighting. This black-armored man was proficient in using black flames. These black flames were not ordinary. Not only did they possess a blazing high temperature, they also possessed an extremely potent poison. However, it was useless against the first mountain god's unparalleled physical body. The black armored man was crushed by the first mountain god right from the start. Fist suppressing mountains and rivers. The first mountain god roared and punched out. Countless ripples spread out in the surrounding space and smashed heavily on the black armored man's right hand. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then, the black armored man let out a blood-curdling scream. The black armor on his body instantly shattered, revealing his body underneath. Beneath the black armor was a pitch-black skeleton. Only the head was left with flesh and blood. It was a dark-skinned young man. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. The first mountain god was too strong, especially his physical body. No matter what he did, he couldn't break through the defense of the first mountain god's powerful physical body. Furthermore, the black-armored man's forehead had the same mark as Kong Wen's. However, the mark on his forehead was much dimmer than Kong Wen's. Die! The first mountain god's eyes were cold. He punched out again. As soon as he punched out, golden light exploded. It was as if the first mountain god punched out a small blazing sun instead of a fist. Boom! The punch directly hit the black-armored man's body. Then, the pitch-black skeleton on the black-armored man's body began to crumble and turn into black ashes. Bastard! I won't let you go even if I die. The black-armored man roared, and the blue mark between his eyebrows suddenly lit up. Then, the same thing happened to Kongwon. A blue exotic beast head suddenly rushed out, opened its mouth, and tried to swallow the first mountain god. The first mountain god's pupils shrank. However, after his previous experience with Kongwon, he naturally wouldn't clash head-on with the strange beast's head. Instead, he stepped on the air with his right foot and retreated backward with a serious look in his eyes. The moment the exotic beast head appeared, the mysterious eyeball in Zhuowen's collar rushed out again. With a blink of the eye, a black bolt of lightning rushed out and swallowed the exotic beast head. What? The black-armored man, who only had his head left, was shocked. He couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to retreat, but his face suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and directly disintegrated into countless black ashes. Looking at the disintegrated black-armored man, the first mountain god pondered. He knew that the exotic beast head that was swallowed by the mysterious eyeball was closely related to this black-armored man. If the exotic beast head was destroyed, the black-armored man would definitely die. What exactly is that strange beast's skull? The first mountain god became more and more curious. Whether it was the book Immortal Kong One or the black-armored man, their strength was comparable to an early true immortal. It seemed that such experts were all controlled by the exotic beast head. Moreover, the first mountain god also realized that the exotic beast head was inseparable from the depths of the heavenly armor planet. As long as he could figure out what the exotic beast head was, he might be able to deduce what had happened here. If I want to know the truth, I'm afraid I can only go as deep as I can. I just don't know if he will keep his promise and give me that thing in the depths. The first mountain god looked at the end of the black desert and muttered these strange words in a low voice. The gray gas in the gray bead was too dense. Zhuowen absorbed it for a whole month, and the first mountain god also waited silently for a month. On this day, cracks began to appear on the surface of the gray bead. More and more cracks appeared, and finally it completely shattered. Then, the gray gas in the gray bead swept out and rushed into the Tianling acupoint on the top of Zhuowen's head. The moment the remaining gray gas entered Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint, Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes. The dark gold color on the surface of his body suddenly shot out in all directions, forming a small golden rain in a radius of several dozen feet around his body. In the sky above the black desert, clusters of dense dark clouds began to gather. These dark clouds were very dense, and golden lightning constantly flashed between the dark clouds like golden snakes. The complete sacred body tribulation. The first mountain god said lightly, the sacred body tribulation was extremely important for Zhuowen. Although he had relied on the gray gas to forcibly increase the strength of his body to the extreme, reaching the threshold of the complete sacred body. However, Zhuowen's sacred body could only be considered to have reached the complete sacred body tribulation after going through such a powerful lightning tribulation. After all, a sword had to be sharpened. In order to make the sacred body a true expert, it had to be tempered by a powerful lightning tribulation. Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked at the dark clouds in the sky with burning eyes. He knew very well that as long as he went through this lightning tribulation, his sacred body would truly reach the complete sacred body. At that time, with the strength of his sacred body, Zhuowen would not be afraid of ordinary celestial immortals. Although he was not a match for peak celestial immortals like He Wushang and Wei Wuyin, it would not be so easy for them to kill him. It could be said that if he went through this lightning tribulation, he would be considered to be one of the top experts in the central region. This time, Zhuowen would be able to occupy a place in the depths of the underground. Thinking of this, Zhuowen laughed. He stomped his right foot on the ground and suddenly jumped into the sky, deep into the dark clouds in the sky. Sizzle! The moment Zhuowen jumped into the dark clouds, terrifying golden lightning kept moving inside the clouds. It was like countless golden pythons were entwining toward Zhuowen, trying to bind Zhuowen's entire body. However, Zhuowen let out a fierce howl. His muscles tensed up and his bones crackled. When the countless bolts of golden lightning struck him, he was like a ferocious beast, fearless. He punched out, directly meeting the countless bolts of golden lightning in the clouds. The first mountain god silently looked at the sky. The lightning tribulation did not last for long. It only lasted for 10 hours before the tribulation clouds disappeared. After the tribulation clouds disappeared, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the desert below, stirring up countless sand particles. The first mountain god dashed forward and saw a huge crater not too far away. Inside the crater, there was a figure that was completely charred black, lying quietly. The first mountain god quietly looked. Suddenly, the charred figure's hands moved slightly. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the charred body. Golden light slowly leaked out from these cracks. Bang! The charred body slowly faded. Then, within the countless golden lights, a stalwart figure slowly stood up. At that moment, the golden light on Zhuowen's body leaned toward the dark color. It gave off a subtle but powerful feeling. Zhuowen, congratulations on successfully advancing to the perfect saint body, the first mountain god said with a faint smile. Zhuowen cupped his fists toward the first mountain god and said, "It's all thanks to you that I was able to reach the perfect saint body so quickly." The first mountain god slightly nodded. Then he looked in front of the black desert and said, "This black desert is too big. When you were still cultivating, I checked the surroundings and found that there was no way out." Zhuowen slightly frowned. Even with the first mountain god's cultivation and speed, he still could not find a way out. This black desert was really strange. The first mountain god suddenly suggested, "This mysterious eyeball swallowed the strange beast's head phantom between Kong Wen's eyebrows. It also absorbed the strange beast's head phantom released by the black-armored man. That strange beast's head phantom was extremely unusual. It has a lot to do with this place. Maybe your mysterious eyeball can come in handy here." Zhuowen squinted his eyes and nodded. He said, "What you said is reasonable. Then, I will try using this mysterious eyeball." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately took out the mysterious eyeball. The mysterious eyeball was extremely dissatisfied with Zhuowen's suggestion. It rolled its eyes at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen did not care about the mysterious eyeball's emotions. Instead, he said, "Can you take us out of here?" Chapter 1834. Black Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he saw the mysterious eyeball's reaction. Zhuowen and the first mountain god looked at each other, then stepped into the air and followed closely behind the mysterious eyeball. The black desert was so huge that it seemed to be boundless. They couldn't see the end of it. The black eyeball was extremely fast. It flashed by, leaving a black lightning shadow in the air. Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed closely behind. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that as he went deeper into the desert, the surrounding fire attribute energy became more and more intense. The scorching heat seemed to want to burn his entire body to a crisp. Fortunately, Zhuowen's body was extremely strong. Although it was uncomfortable, it didn't affect his body too much. Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed the black eyeball for 3 days. Finally, after 3 days, the black eyeball let out a sharp whistle and stopped in front of them. Zhuowen and the first mountain god's eyes lit up. They rushed to the side of the mysterious eyeball. Then they realized that there was a huge black hole in front of them. The hole was in the shape of a spiral. It went from the bottom to the top, layer by layer. It looked very strange and terrifying. In the middle of the hole was a deep black hole. It was only the size of a palm. Wisps of black smoke floated above the black hole. "What is this?" Zhuowen looked at the mysterious eyeball. He knew that it must have brought them here for a reason. The mysterious eyeball let out a soft hiss, its expression revealing excitement. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, the mysterious eyeball's pupils shrank, and a black bolt of lightning shot out, heading straight for the black hole at the bottom of the pit. When the black bolt of lightning shot out of the black hole, the surroundings suddenly trembled violently. Then Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He realized that the black hole was expanding continuously. When the black hole expanded to a few thousand meters, a violent black wind suddenly rushed out of the black hole. The black wind was too violent. It rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. "Retreat!" The first mountain god shouted, and immediately retreated a few thousand meters with Zhuowen. He stared at the black wind that suddenly appeared. The black wind was very strange. The moment it was formed, there were crackling sounds coming from the wind. Then Zhuowen noticed that there were dense black bolts of lightning in the black wind. These black bolts of lightning were the same as the black bolts that came out of the mysterious eyeball. Their power was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The mysterious eyeball flew in front of Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then it shot out black bolts of lightning again. Then it turned into black bolts of black lightning translation, Zhuowen and the first mountain god's translation, and black bolts of lightning. Then the mysterious eyeball gave Zhuowen a look and looked at the terrifying black wind. "Is it black wind?" Translation: the first mountain god said translation. "The first mountain god." Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, under the guidance of the mysterious eyeball, he directly entered the interior of black wind. The mysterious eyeball once again burrowed into Zhuowen's collar. Crackle, crackle! Within the black wind, muffled sounds of lightning colliding resounded from time to time. The black lightning that was emitted caused Zhuowen's face to turn incomparably pale. He knew very well that if he did not have the protection of the black lightning around him, he would definitely die within the black wind. The black wind is moving upwards, the first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen also started to notice the black wind's movement. He saw the black wind fly upwards and hit the space above the black desert. Inside the black wind, countless black bolts of lightning were like firecrackers. They kept bombarding the barrier of nothingness above. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the entire space began to churn. Countless strands of black sand stirred up waves that were several 100,000 feet tall in the desert. The scene was too spectacular. The dense black sand filled the entire space of the desert. In an instant, the space became extremely dark. Everywhere one looked, there was only black sand. Crack! Suddenly, the terrifying black bolts of lightning and the black wind rushed into the void and bombarded the barrier above. Then, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He saw countless fine cracks appear on the barrier of nothingness above. These cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the gap was infinitely enlarged and shattered into countless pieces. The moment the gap appeared, the black wind blew. The terrifying sound of lightning filled the entire space. The crackling sound was extremely ear-piercing. Then the entire space shook violently. Then the cracks on the barrier of nothingness became bigger and bigger. They spread across the entire space of black sand. Boom! Countless black sand flew. Then, the moment the barrier of nothingness shattered, everything froze. It was as if time had stopped. However, this state of stillness did not last long. The space was collapsing. Everything in the space was collapsing and dispersing into nothingness. The moment the space shattered, the terrifying black wind brought Zhuowen and the first mountain god out of the Daokong space. This was a huge space filled with grasslands. The moment the black wind broke through the desert space, it arrived at a space filled with green grass. Zhuowen did not expect that there would be another space outside of the desert space. However, when the black wind arrived at this space, its raging power exploded again. This space was still like the desert space. It began to collapse. Then Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed the black wind into the third space. Bang, bang, bang. The black wind was too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. Zhuowen and the first mountain god entered one space after another. It was as if they were reincarnating. As the spaces in the chess world collapsed one by one, the other spaces in the chess world were affected. The violent shaking was like an unprecedented earthquake, attracting the attention of the experts in other spaces. In a world of flames, two figures slowly walked on a path filled with flames. Suddenly, the countless volcanoes in the surroundings of the world of flames trembled violently. Terrifying streams of flame and magma spewed out, shooting straight into the 9 heavens, forming a terrifying momentum that could burn the heavens. Do Hua's expression changed slightly. He stared at the terrifying tremors and abnormalities around him and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Why is the entire space shaking?" Elder Gu narrowed his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through other spaces. He said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that someone is destroying the small worlds in this strange place at an extremely fast speed. There are too many small worlds here. According to this old man's estimation, there should be hundreds of them. To be able to cause such violent tremors, I'm afraid that the speed at which this person destroys the small worlds is much faster than ours." Oh, could it be the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum? Let's go and take a look in the direction of the tremors. Do Hua said in a low voice. After saying that, Do Hua and Elder Gu tore through the world of flames and rushed toward the source of the tremors. In the world of the vast sea, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum led the 4 true immortal Tao soldiers and flew across the sea. But soon, The tremors in the sea world caused the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and the other four to stop. Who caused such a huge commotion? Dongfang Qinsheng asked, in confusion. This aura is terrifying and unfamiliar. I actually didn't sense this aura from any of the experts who entered before us, Beichen Ruoli said coldly. Within the coffin of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, a pair of eyes filled with vicissitudes seemed to pierce through layers of the void to see the black wind that was constantly destroying space. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go. Follow me." With that, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum tore through space with his right hand and shot off in a certain direction. The four true immortal Tao soldiers didn't dare to tarry and followed behind the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum. In a barren world overgrown with withered grass, Shurji's entire body was bathed in Buddhist light. He slowly walked through this barren world like a devout pilgrim. Suddenly, Shurji jerked his head up, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He clenched his right hand, and the Buddhist light condensed into a Buddhist monk's blade. He slashed at the sky, and a crack appeared in the surrounding space. Then he dove into the crack. At this moment, all the experts who were exploring other small worlds were attracted by the tremors and rushed towards the source of the tremors. This was a small world filled with icy cold rocks. In the sky above this small world, numerous black holes appeared. Then one figure after another rushed out from these black holes. The divine Lord Do Hua, Elder Gu, the four lords of the battlefield, and over 10 heavenly immortal realm experts had all appeared here. Not long after these people appeared in this minor world, another black hole blasted open in the distance, and then 10 black coffins flashed out from within the black hole. It was the 10 Corpse Kings. Bang! The instant the 10 Corpse Kings appeared, space collapsed, and blazing Buddhist light illuminated everything. It was a Buddhist monk's blade that was filled with golden light. Shurji slowly walked out from behind the Buddhist monk's blade. Only the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum is left. Do Hua looked around and chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, the largest mountain in the underground of the stone world suddenly collapsed. A black hole appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The huge stone statue of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and the four perfected immortal Tao soldiers all rushed out. This should be the place that the black wind must pass through. Looks like everyone has the same idea as me. We want to see the truth of the black wind here. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum landed not far away from Shurji, but Do Hua laughed heartily. Everyone who entered the depths of the underground is here. Why is the tremors still continuing? Could there be an even more powerful existence destroying the space of these small worlds? The Lord of Lunar asked with a frown. It should be. Now, we just want to see who is destroying the space. To be able to destroy space at such a speed and affect other spaces. I'm afraid it's not simple, Do Hua said with anticipation. Rumble. As soon as Do Huagang finished speaking, the space around this world of rocks began to collapse. It was like shattered glass shattering into pieces. It looked very strange. Then a gust of black wind mixed with terrifying black lightning suddenly burrowed in through the countless cracks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on the black wind. Then everyone's face stiffened, and there was complete silence, because through the black wind, they saw two figures in the black wind. Everyone was familiar with one of them. Chapter 1835. Life is like a game, and life is like a game of chess. Is that Zhuowen? Do Hua came back to his senses and murmured in a low voice. Not only Do Hua, but the other experts present also recognized Zhuowen, one of the two people hidden in the black wind. All of them revealed looks of disbelief. Shurji and the master of the Divine Mausoleum looked at each other. and both of them were shocked. They had many guesses at the moment when the entire chess world was shaken, but they had never thought that the source of the shock was related to Zhuowen. How did Zhuowen get in? Shiji frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Previously, he and the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had already decided not to let Zhuowen participate in this trip to the depths of the Heavenly Armor planet. This was because Zhuowen was too weak, and it was too dangerous for him to enter the depths of the Heavenly Armor planet. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment, then said, "The Abyss Saint Dragon should have told Zhuowen about this place. Songjie is the master of the Abyss Saint Dragon after all. I have already considered this result, but I never thought that this boy would be able to break through so many small worlds in succession. It's because of that black wind. That black wind is extremely terrifying. It shouldn't have been released by Zhuowen. Instead, it should have been created by that black-clothed man who was with Zhuowen." Shiji said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum sighed softly and said with some mixed feelings, "Perhaps. This boy is quite bold. He actually dares to enter this place." He Wushang revealed a trace of joy as he thought to himself. Not only he Wushang, but Wei Wuyin and the master of Extreme Yin, who had a conflict with Zhuowen, also revealed looks of joy. Originally, they had planned to settle old scores with Zhuowen after exploring the depths of the Heavenly Armor planet, but now that Zhuowen had also entered the depths of the Heavenly Armor planet, it was undoubtedly a happy occasion for them. If they could seize the opportunity, they might be able to get rid of Zhuowen in one fell swoop. That would be the end of all troubles. However, the three of them were rather wary of the black-clothed man standing beside Zhuowen. Their thoughts were the same as Shiji's. That terrifying black wind was definitely released by that black-clothed man. Therefore, while dealing with Zhuowen, they had to secretly pay attention to that black-clothed man. This black wind might really be able to break through this strange place. Follow this wind. Do Hua's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately gave chase. His right foot stepped on the air, and like a sharp arrow, he chased after the black wind that had broken open the stone world. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Do Hua gave chase, the others also followed closely behind. They turned into streaks of light that were extremely fast. In an instant, the shattered rock world became incomparably quiet and devoid of any signs of life. Not long after the crowd left, another three figures silently swept into this shattered world of rock. The man with the devil mask looked up and said faintly, "Let's follow them." As he spoke, the three of them disappeared from this shattered world like ghosts. The Black River slowly flowed. Above the Black River, a small wooden bridge quietly stood. On the small wooden bridge, two figures surrounded by black chi sat on both sides of a chessboard, silently playing chess. One of them held a black piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. A clear and melodious sound rang out. He smiled faintly and said, "This chessboard is simply an endless cycle. No matter how these intruders struggle, it is still difficult for them to escape from this cycle of reincarnation. Life is like a game, and life is like a game of chess. The two of us are the fates of these people. Without our permission, the chess pieces can't die, and they can't have any freedom." The person holding the white chess piece smiled and slowly placed it on the board. Bang! The moment the white piece landed on the chessboard, the entire chessboard suddenly trembled and shook. Then, the white piece that had just landed collapsed with a bang. The pupils of the two people in front of the chessboard shrank. They did not expect that the chess piece in the chessboard would actually explode. Bang! 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 The explosion of the white piece was like a chain reaction. Continuous sounds of explosions rang out. the chess pieces that had landed on the chessboard could not help but explode. "What's going on?" the person holding the black piece asked with a gloomy face. The person holding the white piece had a heavy gaze. He said, "Someone's breaking the chessboard with his own power. This speed is too fast. What kind of power does he need to do this?" The favorable situation of the chessboard was slowly reversed as the surrounding chess pieces exploded. As the number of chess pieces in the chessboard decreased, an aura that made one's heart palpitate came from within the chessboard. "Stop him." The person holding the black piece had an extremely solemn expression. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. The moment the black piece landed on the chessboard, an invisible ripple appeared on the surface of the chessboard. The fluctuation formed a ring-shaped ripple in the chessboard, just like ripples on the surface of water when a stone fell into it. The moment the black piece landed, the speed at which the chess pieces in the chessboard shattered slowed down. The person holding the white piece did not hesitate either. He picked up the white piece and placed it on the chessboard. The invisible fluctuation on the chessboard became even more intense. In a small world, the invisible ripple came from afar and landed on the black wind. It actually stopped the black wind from moving forward. What kind of power is this? It's actually stopping the black wind. The person in the black wind could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw that the black wind had actually stopped because of the invisible fluctuation. He had already experienced how strong the black wind was when it destroyed many small worlds. However, this invisible wave of energy was actually able to block the black wind. It really couldn't be underestimated. Hum, hum, hum. The mysterious eyeball hiding in Zhuowen's collar was immediately displeased when it sensed that the black wind had been stopped. Afterward, a powerful bolt of black lightning shot out from its eyes. The moment the black lightning merged with the black wind, the lightning in the black wind immediately became violent. The whistling sound was like the roar of a wild beast. It immediately broke through the obstruction of the invisible fluctuation and continued to advance. Bang! On the chessboard, the chess piece of the person holding the black chess piece exploded the moment he placed it down. Then, a strange black bolt of lightning shot out and drilled into the person's right hand. Bang! The man's pupils shrank, and he retreated dozens of steps, almost out of the range of the wooden bridge. Then he waved his sleeve, and endless black fog spread out, turning into a huge black mouth, which swallowed the black lightning in one gulp. Crackle! Unfortunately, the black lightning was too terrifying. The moment it was swallowed by the big black mouth, it immediately surged and spread in the big mouth. With a bang, the big black mouth collapsed, and the black lightning continued to rush toward the person with irresistible force. 7 kill cut. The person's eyes were extremely solemn. He grabbed with his right hand and took out a black machete from nowhere. Then he slashed out 7 times in a row. Each slash contained a strong killing power, and each slash was more terrifying than the last. When the 7 blades collided with the black lightning, the cunning and terrifying black lightning was finally shattered into pieces by the 7 blades. What kind of power is this? How can it be so difficult to deal with? The person holding the black piece muttered in shock while holding the machete. Just as the person holding the white piece was about to speak, the sounds of explosions suddenly came from the chessboard in front of him. They became more frequent and more terrifying. The speed at which the chess pieces exploded also became faster and faster, almost exceeding the expectations of the person holding the white piece. Boom! The moment the white piece in the center of the chessboard exploded, a terrifying storm rose above the chessboard and went straight to the dusky sky. Crack! This aura was too terrifying. Cracks began to spread from the center of the chessboard and eventually enveloped the entire chessboard. Then, Under the sinister gazes of the two people, the chessboard suddenly shattered. The person holding the white piece looked extremely gloomy. Under this terrifying aura, he had no choice but to retreat from the range of the wooden bridge. Rumble! The moment the person holding the white piece retreated, a black storm swept out from the shattered chessboard. Then, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks caused by the black wind. Within the black wind, Zhuowen lowered his head to look at the shattered chessboard under the wooden bridge. His eyes revealed a look of understanding. He knew that they had probably been in the world of the chessboard. In other words, they had entered the chessboard the moment they stepped into the hall. They had become chess pieces that constantly fought in the chessboard. Their fates were in the hands of the chessboard, and they could not control their own fates. The Divine Master Do Hua, the 4 masters of the battlefield, the 10 corpse kings, over a dozen heavenly immortal ancestors, the master of the divine tomb, and Shi Ji all rushed out from the cracks in the chessboard. After seeing the world outside the chessboard, they all revealed a look of understanding. Looks like the small worlds correspond to every intersection point on the chessboard. Only by destroying the intersection point at the center of the chessboard will the chessboard be broken. Do Hua looked around, and then his gaze fell on the 2 figures that were shrouded in black mist below the wooden bridge. In the world outside the chessboard, apart from the endless black river, there was only the wooden bridge that crossed the black river. Apart from that, the surroundings were pitch-black mist. With Zhuowen's vision, he could naturally tell that the mist in the surroundings contained the power of a seal. The space here was enveloped by an extremely powerful seal. The black wind gradually died out. Zhuowen's gaze first fell on the 2 figures shrouded in black mist, and then he suddenly fixed his gaze on the other 3 figures. The leader of the 3 was a man wearing a devil mask. 2 figures stood beside the man. They were naturally the lowly Yen Tianwei and Tian Chong, who had changed his appearance. Zhuowen stared coldly at the man with the devil mask. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" In the silent space, Zhuowen's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, attracting everyone's attention. Their gazes moved back and forth between Zhuowen and the man with the devil mask. They were all guessing something. The man with the devil mask turned around and glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. He grinned. "Don't you already know who I am?" Chapter 1836. Black and white giant the masked man raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then he shifted his gaze and slowly came to the side of the Divine Lord. "Do Hua, you're really late," Do Hua said with a frown as he looked at the masked man. He could sense that the relationship between the masked man and Zhuowen was not very pleasant. However, he did not care much about it. The reason why he invited the masked man to the primordial battlefield of the heavenly armor planet was mainly because he could persuade the prophet's family's divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, to join their camp. Do Hua could not predict what was hidden underground in the primordial battlefield. Moreover, he could not grasp the dangers underground. However, the divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, who had the divination's sacred talisman, was different. Although the divination's sacred talisman could not completely predict the future, it could at least predict some of the disasters and blessings in the process of entering the primordial battlefield. This kind of divination ability was of great help to Do Hua. The divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, was famous in the Central Plains for not giving face to anyone. Back then, Do Hua had gone to the prophet's family to invite Yen Tianwei, but was rejected. However, the masked man suddenly appeared in front of him and promised to persuade the divine daughter, Yen Tianwei. The condition was that he would be given 2 spots to enter the primordial battlefield. Do Hua naturally gladly accepted. As for the identity of the masked man, he naturally knew that he was Yang Yi, who had been the envoy of primordial chaos. Now is not the time to discuss this. Instead, we should ask the two in front where this place is, the masked man said indifferently. As soon as he said that, everyone withdrew their gazes and focused on the two figures shrouded in black fog on the other side of the wooden bridge. It seems that the two of you have been controlling this strange chess world. Now, if the two of you don't want to die, you'd better tell us where this place is and what's hidden in the depths of the primordial battlefield, Do Hua said coldly. Although the two figures shrouded in black fog were strange, their auras were only around the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. Either Do Hua or the Lord of the Divine Tomb could easily crush them. The two figures looked at each other and laughed out loud. The person holding the black chess piece laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, this is an underground maze. All of you will become delicacies for the two of us. What arrogance! One of the heavenly immortal realm experts snorted coldly while his gaze was filled with disdain. They had an enormous advantage in numbers, and every single one of them was a peak expert of the Central Plains. So, what could a mere two people do to them? Hee. Whether or not I'm talking big is not something an ant like you can judge. The two figures laughed even more strangely. Then, they suddenly stretched out their left and right hands. Everyone looked over and saw that they were holding the black and white twins in their left and right hands. Ding! The black and white pieces suddenly collided with each other, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This voice had a magical aura. The moment it rang out, everyone fell into a daze. Even Do Hua, a mid-stage true immortal expert, fell into a trance for a moment. The only ones who were clear-headed were probably the Lord of the Divine Tomb, the first mountain god beside Zhuowen, and the man with the ghost mask whose expression could not be seen. Whoosh! Then, the moment the black and white pieces collided, the two figures completely fused together, forming a strange black and white giant that was hundreds of meters tall. The fusion was completed in an instant. Just when everyone in the surroundings fell into a daze, the strange black and white giant grinned and faintly flashed to the front of the heavenly immortal realm expert, who had refuted him earlier. The black and white giant's right hand suddenly clenched and directly grabbed the heavenly immortal realm expert. At this moment, the heavenly immortal realm expert had already woken up, and his eyes suddenly revealed a shocked expression. However, just as the shocked expression appeared on his face, it completely froze with a cracking sound. This was because the heavenly immortal realm expert's body was collapsing and shattering. It was as if he was made of porcelain, and countless dense cracks appeared on his body. When the heavenly immortal realm expert completely collapsed, the origin spirit in his dantian was directly sucked into the black and white giant's mouth and directly swallowed into its stomach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the heavenly immortal realm expert was instantly annihilated, the other heavenly immortal realm experts, not far behind, all gasped and retreated explosively. Wei Wuyin and He Wushang retreated even more swiftly, and their expressions were gloomy as they stared at the black and white giant that had a face of enjoyment. The origin spirit of a heavenly immortal is really delicious. The black and white giant smacked its lips, and its fierce gaze descended onto the other heavenly immortals, causing them to feel a chill. Zhuowen had also fallen into a daze from the sound from before, and it was even to the extent that the time he was in a daze was much longer than the other heavenly immortals. After all, his cultivation was the lowest here, and his resistance to the sound that could confuse heavenly immortals was naturally extremely low. However, fortunately, the first mountain god by his side woke Zhuowen up. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhuowen to wake up so quickly. When Zhuowen woke up, and his gaze descended onto the heavenly immortal realm expert whose origin spirit had already been swallowed by the black and white giant, he couldn't help but gasp, and his gaze towards the black and white giant was filled with fear. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that when the black and white giant was chewing on the origin spirit, the rest of the light fell on him without leaving a trace. Obviously, the black and white giant had a deep impression of Zhuowen, who had broken the chess world. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that there was a mark between the black and white giant's eyebrows. However, the mark between the black and white giant's eyebrows was different from the ones he had encountered before. The marks between the eyebrows of the previous people were blue, but the mark between the eyebrows of the black and white giant was actually purple, and it actually revealed a trace of a mysterious and strange aura. Stop him. Douhua's gaze was unsightly. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his right hand reached out into the void. With a flick of his finger, the power of countless stars in the sky instantly converged and finally transformed into an extremely dazzling meteor. Falling star finger. As Douhua's finger descended, the meteor tore through the void and suddenly fell towards the black and white giant. The black and white giant grinned, and his right hand formed a palm and raised upwards. Black and white chi surged out of his palm. This black and white chi transformed into the shape of a chessboard and blocked in front of him. Rumble! The meteor fell, and there was a terrifying explosion. Then, Douhua discovered that the falling star finger was actually unable to break the chessboard formed by the black and white chi. Hee, I really want to have a taste of the primordial spirit of a true immortal. The black and white giant looked at Douhua, and his eyes were filled with provocation. Douhua's gaze was cold, and he used the falling star finger again. However, this time, the falling star finger that Douhua used was much more powerful than before. The vigorous celestial core power gathered in the sky, and then countless meteors fell from the sky. Everyone, what are you still hesitating for? Help me capture this monster. Only then can we find out the exit of this so-called underground maze from him. Douhua shouted coldly. The 4 lords of the battlefield rushed out without hesitation, and they were respectively on the 4 sides of the black and white giant. At that moment, the meteor shower had already fallen, and it enveloped the black and white giant's entire body, turning into a meteor cage. At the same time, the 4 lords of the battlefield also launched their attacks. Among them, the Lord of Tain wielded a large saber filled with yin qi, and he slashed down with a chilling saber qi from across the sky. Meanwhile, the Lord of Taiyang wielded a long spear that was as hot as the sun. With a shake of his right hand, the tip of the long spear emitted a blinding light. Then, the light turned into countless golden spear shadows, and they were like countless golden hidden weapons that scattered out. The Lord of the Primordial Age's gaze was cold. He formed a seal with both hands, and instantly, the void behind him split open into countless black holes. Then, countless huge stone tablets descended from these black holes, and each tablet was as terrifying as a mountain. Meanwhile, the Lord of Taishu waved his sleeve, and the surrounding void distorted, forming a huge void beast. The beast was at least 10,000 feet long, and as soon as it appeared, it dove down according to the Lord of Taishu's command. The moment the 5 attacked, the dozen or so celestial immortal patriarchs also used their own immortal techniques to attack the black and white giant below. Bang, 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 bang. With so many attacks gathered on the black and white giant, the explosive power formed was absolutely unimaginable. Even the space around the black and white giant collapsed and distorted, turning into a vacuum zone. Zhuowen stared expressionlessly at the terrifying explosion below, and his heart trembled. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. He could imagine that if he was in the center of such an explosion, he would definitely die. Even if he had a perfect saint body, there was no possibility of survival. When the explosion slowly subsided, a bottomless pit appeared below. The pit was oval, and wisps of black smoke rose from the bottom of the pit. Around the pit, there were countless pieces of black and white flesh scattered. Obviously, in the explosion just now, the black and white giant had been blown into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Do Hua and the rest relaxed. However, their gazes quickly became gloomy because they discovered that the countless black and white pieces of flesh scattered in the pit were rapidly squirming. Very quickly, they once again condensed into the appearance of the black and white giant. You're not the only one who knows how to bully others with numbers. I know how to do it too. The black and white giant twisted its head. During the process of its neck twisting, it made a crackling sound, which made everyone feel cold. Do Hua, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and more than a dozen celestial immortal patriarchs joined forces to attack, but they still couldn't kill the black and white giant. What kind of monster was this? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, after the black and white giant finished speaking, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the endless black fog around this strange space. After that, figure after figure emerged from the black mist. There were men and women, old and young. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had scarlet eyes, and all of them had the mark of a blue beast's head between their brows. What made Zhuowen even more fearful was that there were many of these strange figures that he couldn't see through, and those that he could see through were basically Earth immortals. Chapter 1837. A fierce battle. Are all these people from the ancient times? Zhuowen stared at the figures that appeared from the surrounding black fog with a gloomy expression. The first mountain god's eyes flickered. In the end, he nodded and said, "That is indeed the case." Moreover, they were all experts who had fallen in the Great War 10,000 years ago. I just don't know how they were resurrected. At this moment, Shiji and the Lord of the Divine Tomb arrived by Zhuowen's side. The Lord of the Divine Tomb remained silent, but Shiji said with a sunken face, "Zhuowen, why have you come here as well? I'm sure the Abyss Saint Dragon knows just how dangerous this place is, right?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Xiaohe has told me this before, but I still want to come. The underground of Heavenly Armor Planet is so mysterious. Perhaps there is something that can balance yin and yang." Shiji frowned slightly, but did not say anything else. He only looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. The Lord of the Divine, Necropolis, suddenly looked at the first mountain god standing next to Zhuowen and said, "You must have played a part in Zhuowen's visit, right?" The first mountain god did not look sideways as he faintly nodded his head. Shiji, on the other hand, sized up the first mountain god and asked in a deep voice, "And who are you?" The first mountain god said, indifferently, "Now is not the time to question my identity. The puppets of the ancient powerhouses are about to attack us. We should think of a way to deal with them first." Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the first mountain god finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the front. They were so fast that they looked like afterimages. "Stop them." Do Hua's expression changed slightly as he hastily shouted and executed the falling star finger. Elder Gu followed, closely behind, followed by the 4 lords of the battlefield and the surrounding heavenly immortal patriarchs. Other than that, only the heavenly worm incarnation of the 3 people with the devil face mask who had been silent all this while made a move. Yang Yi and Yen Tianwei just stood quietly behind. Yen Tianwei was using the divination ability of the divination Holy Talisman to help the heavenly worm incarnation break through the surrounding obstacles. Zhuowen looked at Celestial Insect's avatar. Since Celestial Insect had completely changed, Zhuowen was unable to immediately sense Celestial Insect's presence. However, it still gave Zhuowen a sense of familiarity. Of course, this sense of familiarity did not allow him to guess the identity of the sky worm incarnation. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the figures on the other side of the black fog flew towards Zhuowen like ghosts. "Stop them!" The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum coldly shouted. His huge stone arm hammered the ground, and the entire ground began to tremble. Then, 8 thick stone walls suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. These 8 stone walls were not ordinary. Their surfaces were surrounded by ring-shaped gray gas. The gray gas was like a spiral circling around each of the walls. It looked rather strange. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the 8 stone walls appeared, a strange, muffled sound rang out in the surroundings. Afterwards, the surrounding stone walls shook violently. Although the stone walls shook violently, they were extremely tough. They showed no signs of collapsing at all. Zhuowen looked at the surrounding stone walls, and his heart was filled with shock. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum really was a half-god after all. Just the stone walls he condensed were so powerful and terrifying. "This place is too strange. We need to find the exit, or we'll be trapped here forever," said the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum heavily. "Probably only the black and white giant knows the exit here," said Shurji. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum nodded, and then he raised his head. His gaze landed on the black and white giant behind the countless black figures, and he said indifferently, "Then I'll capture him, swish." With that, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum slowly vanished from where he was. His speed had basically reached a strange and unfathomable level. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly because he had sensed an extremely familiar ripple of energy from the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum earlier. The ripple was the power of Wei intent. Humph, this group of people is really not simple. They actually force me to release these failed parasites. Although the difference between these failed parasites and the successful ones is not small, their numbers are not small. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for these people to stop them. The black and white giant grinned. Then he took a step with his right foot and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had mysteriously landed behind a celestial immortal, and then his right hand unceremoniously reached into the celestial immortal's back. Uffed! The ear-piercing sound of a right claw piercing flesh continuously resounded in the surroundings. Then the celestial immortal's eyes widened, and after a miserable scream, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The origin spirit in his dantian was directly pulled out and swallowed. The death of this celestial immortal immediately caused the surrounding celestial immortals to be shocked and vigilant. They all retreated, trying to get as far away from the black and white giant as possible. Unfortunately, the surrounding puppets seemed to have gone crazy. They all entangled these celestial immortals so that they did not even have a chance to retreat. "Want to escape? You'd better become my delicious meal. Hee hee." The black and white giant laughed extremely eerily. His black and white eyes stared at the surrounding celestial immortals with greed. Swoosh, swoosh. The black and white giant instantly turned into an afterimage, and then 2 more miserable screams were heard. The other 2 celestial immortals had completely fallen, and their origin spirits were completely swallowed by the black and white giant. Chaotic star cloud finger. A low voice was heard. Countless starlight burst out from Do Hua's body, and the figures that were pouncing on him were all dispersed. Do Hua, on the other hand, was like an arrow that had been released from a bow, quickly sweeping in front of the black and white giant. As his finger fell, the starlight exploded, forming an extremely long and huge nebula. This nebula was like a shuttle, enveloping the entire black and white giant. The enormous nebula's power came crushing down, as if it could crush any star. "Chess world!" The black and white giant shouted coldly, and its body spewed out the power of black and white. This power of black and white turned into two black and white lines, and suddenly shot into the air, constantly outlining an extremely vast chess game in the air. Bang, bang, bang. This huge chessboard was like the toughest cage, completely enveloping the black and white giants. When the chaotic star cloud finger came crashing down, the chessboard was as immovable as a mountain. It was in a stalemate with the black and white giants. Do Hua frowned slightly. This black and white giant was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. According to his conservative estimate, this black and white giant was at least at the middle stage of the true immortal realm, or even at the late stage of the true immortal realm. If I want to destroy this monster, do I have to use that thing? I just came in here not long ago, and if I use that thing, I'm afraid it's not good for me in the future. Do Hua's eyes flickered, and he was weighing the pros and cons. Although he was only at the middle stage of the true immortal realm, the Chaos Temple had such a long history, so he naturally had a trump card. He knew very well that if he used this trump card, the middle stage of the true immortal realm would definitely die. The late stage of the true immortal realm would definitely be seriously injured, and the peak stage of the true immortal realm would be evenly matched. With this trump card, Do Hua was not even afraid of the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Although the Lord of the Divine Tomb was indeed mysterious, and his strength might have reached the level of a demigod, the Lord of the Divine Tomb's injuries were too terrifying, and his demigod power could not be used too much. If Do Hua used his trump card, he definitely had a chance to fight the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Just as Do Hua was hesitating, the black and white giant laughed and said, "You want to trap me with this level of power? Ridiculous." As it spoke, a giant hand suddenly reached out from the chessboard around the black and white giant. This giant hand held a black chess piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. Suddenly, the entire chessboard was filled with black, and the giant hand that placed the black chess piece was dyed black. It was like a devil's hand, and it suddenly reached out. Boom! This devil's hand that covered the sky, and the sun suddenly slammed into the surrounding nebula. Then, Do Hua's face turned ugly as he realized that countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the nebula, as if it would collapse at any time. "Elder Gu, help me!" Do Hua's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. Elder Gu's long beard fluttered in the wind, and he was dressed in a loose robe. He rushed to Do Hua's side, and his eyes were extremely serious. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a surging mind power surged and spread around like a vast ocean, enveloping the entire space. Myriad formation image. Elder Gu continued to draw in the void, and then a strange and unpredictable formation image appeared in the void. There were too many formation images. There were almost tens of thousands of them, and they covered the vast chessboard. As for the terrifying devil's hand that was constantly bombarding the surrounding nebula the moment the myriad formation image appeared, its movements also stagnated. The black and white giant's eyes were indifferent. He stomped his right foot, and another white devil's hand reached out from the chessboard. This devil's hand held a white chess piece, and it quietly placed the white chess piece on the chessboard. Bang! Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the moment the white chess piece landed on the chessboard, the entire black chessboard was covered by white. This strange white devil's hand suddenly reached out and blasted out. Crack! The nebula that was originally on the verge of collapse collapsed the moment the devil's hand reached out. The myriad formation image that was outside the nebula did not last long and also collapsed. Elder Gu let out a muffled groan, and he kept retreating. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. "Be careful!" Do Hua rushed in front of Elder Gu, and with a wave of his sleeve, a surge of celestial core power swept Elder Gu away. At Elder Gu's original position, a black and a white hand reached out, and the surrounding space was instantly blasted into countless fragments, forming a vacuum. Elder Gu and Do Hua's faces turned ugly when they saw this scene. They knew that if they were hit by the black and white hands, they would suffer serious injuries. Swoosh, swoosh. The black and white hands did not show any mercy. The moment they missed, they immediately turned around and continued to rush toward Elder Gu and Do Hua. However, the moment the black and white hands rushed out, the surrounding space instantly distorted, and the void where the black and white hands were located was isolated into an independent space. Do Hua and Elder Gu could not help but look in Yang Yi's direction. They saw Yang Yi withdraw his hands and nodded at them. Let's go. Chapter 1838. Shattering Scripture Bang. 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 The independent space only lasted for a while before it completely collapsed. The black and white hands that were blocked by the independent space shot out like two bolts of lightning towards Do Hua, Elder Gu, and Yang Yi. Master of the Divine Tomb, you've been hiding here for so long. Are you still not going to make a move? Yang Yi said with a faint smile, with his hands behind his back. Do Hua and Elder Gu looked to the other side. In fact, they had already sensed the arrival of the Master of the Divine Tomb, but they didn't say it out loud like Yang Yi. I won't waste my power on something like this. If the three of you can break the chessboard in the void and force the black and white freak to appear, I'll take action. And I'll only take action once. The indifferent voice was the voice of the Master of the Divine Mausoleum. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, All right, Master God, Elder Gu, let's work together. Do Hua and Elder Gu nodded. The Master of the Divine Tomb was definitely the strongest in this group. If they could force the Master of the Divine Tomb to make a move, they might really be able to destroy the black and white giant. Immortal Technique Infinite Void. Yang Yi pointed with his right hand. The void, several hundred feet in front of him, suddenly distorted and separated into an independent space. This independent space, once again, froze the black and white hands. Do Hua and Elder Gu didn't hold back at all. This time, Do Hua used all three immortal techniques: Falling Star Finger, Meteor Finger, and Chaotic Star Cloud Finger. The three immortal techniques were forcefully combined by Do Hua with a powerful secret technique. In the boundless nebula, the starlight shone brightly, countless stars fell, and meteors scattered, forming a huge meteor shower. This nebula seemed to have become a world of starlight. It was colorful and dazzling. Elder Gu's eyes were solemn. He clenched his hands and took out a scroll inlaid with countless jade stones from his spirit ring. Sun and Moon Universal Portrait. Elder Gu unfurled the scroll, revealing the sun, moon, stars, heaven, and earth. It was as if the scroll contained a rich and colorful world. Pieces of shining metacrystals were released from Gu's spirit ring. These metacrystals were added to the Sun and Moon Universe portrait, causing its power to reach a terrifying level. 2 terrifying attacks instantly landed on the black and white hands that were enveloped by the independent void. A deafening and terrifying sound filled the surroundings. As the aftershock spread out, the flickering human figures nearby were all annihilated and scattered under the influence of this frightening aftershock. They did not even have the chance to struggle. On the other hand, the 4 masters of the battlefield, the other heavenly immortal realm experts, and the 10 corpse kings retreated successively because the aftershock was too terrifying, and if they were to approach it, they would probably suffer heavy injuries as well. Still not broken, Yang Yi took a step forward with his right foot. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he instantly entered the terrifying aftermath. Then he grabbed with his right hand, and the surrounding void distorted again. At the same time, black cyclones appeared around the distorted space. These cyclones twisted together with the space and eventually formed a terrifying giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. Immortal technique, Void Dragon. Yang Yi stood at the head of the Void Dragon. Then, with a stomp of his right foot, the Void Dragon roared at the sky and directly entered the independent void. Meanwhile, Gu Gu and Do Hua's terrifying attacks were multicolored and colorful, and they completely drowned Yang Yi's figure. After about 10 breaths of time, the independent space collapsed with a bang, and a huge void dragon rushed out, rushing towards the black and white giant in front of it as fast as lightning. Interesting, the black and white giant narrowed his eyes. It was beyond his expectations that Do Hua, Gu Gu, and Yang Yi could actually break through his black and white hands. Unfortunately, this little bit of attack is useless against me. As he spoke, the black and white giant pinched his fingers together and took out a black and white pair of twins. Then, he suddenly threw them forward. The black and white twins rapidly flew in the air and turned into black and white tracks. The moment the black and white twins arrived in front of the Void Dragon, they suddenly burst out with two extremely blazing rays of black and white light. Then, the two rays of light constantly wriggled and fused, finally combining into a giant black and white dragon. As soon as the giant black and white dragon formed, it unceremoniously bit at the Void Dragon. Its power was far greater than the Void Dragon's, and it actually almost crushed the Void Dragon's neck in an instant. Yang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. His right foot lightly stepped on the void, and he immediately left the Void Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yang Yi left, the giant black and white dragon swung its tail and wrapped around the Void Dragon. With a sudden force, the Void Dragon wailed and collapsed inch by inch. Master of the Divine Tomb, are you still not going to act? Yang Yi said indifferently. Whoosh. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, 4 giant figures suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. These 4 figures were all tall stone statues. They were the 4 tomb guards of the Divine Tomb. Dongfang, Nangong, Beichen, Shimen, the 4 of you formed the 4 symbols formation. The Master of the Divine Tombs, in different voice, rang out. The 4 tomb guards each unleashed a terrifying power. Then a beam of light shot out from each of the tomb guards. The 4 beams of light were of different colors. The east was cyan, the south was red, the west was white, and the north was black. The moment the 4 beams of light of different colors shot into the sky, they converged into 4 thick chains of different colors. Clang! The thick chains swept out and smashed heavily on the illusory chessboard surrounding the black and white giant. Then, the black and white giant's pupils shrank as it found that the surface of the chessboard had begun to crack. Bang! 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 After the first strike, the chains quickly smashed out one after another. Instantly, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the illusory chessboard. Finally, the cracks spread throughout the entire chessboard. The moment the chessboard collapsed, the thick chains swept out like a giant dragon, trying to completely bind the black and white giant. The black and white giant's eyes were gloomy as it retreated rapidly. At the same time, it summoned the black and white dragon from the other side. This black and white dragon was truly amazing. It pounced over without fear of death and actually completely blocked the strange chain for a moment. The black and white giant breathed a sigh of relief, but soon an ominous premonition rose in its heart. Then it only heard the terrifying sound of wind whistling behind it. The sound of the wind was very soft, but it was like an explosion in the black and white giant's ears. The sense of crisis in its heart came from the sound of the wind. Retreat! The black and white giant growled. It clenched its right hand and swiped it behind its back. Suddenly, The black and white chi outlined the illusory image of a chessboard behind it. Boom. Unfortunately, as soon as the illusory image of the chessboard was formed, it shattered instantly. Then, a huge fist came whistling and blasted directly toward the black and white giant's chest. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Trap! The black and white giant's eyes flickered. Suddenly, many small bumps appeared on its body. If one looked carefully, they were black and white chess pieces that rushed out of its body. There were many chess pieces that rushed out, and they were constantly arranged in the void. They were extremely fast, as if someone was holding these chess pieces and constantly arranging them. After all the arrangements were displayed by these chess pieces, the illusory image of a mountain appeared in front of the black and white giant. Bang! The fist rushed over in an instant and blasted the mountain, shattering it with a single punch. However, after the mountain was shattered, another mountain rose from the ground and blocked the fist again. Bang! 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 Mountains were pierced through one after another, and new mountains rose up one after another. It was as if there was no end to the mountains, forming a never-ending trap. The black and white giant's gaze fell on the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum. He frowned slightly. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had restrained his aura before, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, the aura that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had erupted with made him feel a little frightened. This was not something that an ordinary true immortal could compare to. A demigod. But the power that he's exerting doesn't seem to have reached the level of a demigod. The black and white giant's eyes became incomparably fearful. He immediately guessed the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's cultivation level, but he was surprised that the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum didn't use too much strength this time. Scripture of Annihilation. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said indifferently. Then he pointed at the void with his right hand. Immediately, surging immortal core power gushed out, forming strands of black energy with the power of annihilation. These black energy strands were not simple. They contained the power of annihilation. Moreover, the black energy strands condensed one after another, forming a black storm that blasted on the trap. Instantly, the mountain with the ability to regenerate was shattered into nothingness by the black storm. With the trap broken, the black and white giant's face turned pale. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He said in a deep voice, "Death trap!" The chess pieces in the void changed again. Countless saber lights and sword shadows flashed, and an incomparably huge battlefield appeared in the area covered by the chess pieces. This battlefield was filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum did not intend to hold back at this moment. The black energy condensed by the Scripture of Annihilation transformed into a huge black saber that slashed down from the sky, shattering the battlefield formed by the death trap. As the saber slashed down, an incomparably huge saber aura swept toward the black and white giant like a shadow. It was so fast that it was like a meteor. Slash! The saber aura swept past. In an instant, the black and white giant only had time to move sideways. The saber aura instantly slashed across his right hand, and then his right hand soared into the sky and was shattered into nothingness. The black and white giant's regenerative ability was terrifying, but the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum used the power of the Scripture of Annihilation, a power that could destroy everything into nothingness. The black and white giant's regenerative ability was completely useless. Whoosh! Chapter 1839. Shatter the black and white giant's pupils constricted. He felt the threat of death, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the Lord of the Divine Tomb. There was no doubt that the Lord of the Divine Tomb had fully displayed the power of a demigod. Although the black and white giant was strong, there was still a large gap between it and a demigod. Damn it, I won't die here. If anyone is going to die, it's you intruders. The black and white giant growled. His body suddenly swelled and then exploded. Countless pieces of black and white flesh splattered in all directions. The moment the black and white giant collapsed into countless pieces of black and white flesh, the countless figures who were fighting in the surroundings surprisingly stopped in unison. Then, these figures rushed up into the sky as if they had gone mad. What are they doing? Zhuowen stared at the countless figures gathering in the sky from the 8 rock walls, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Countless figures gathered and merged in the sky, finally forming a huge black vortex. As more and more figures gathered in this space, the black vortex's surface area continued to expand. The Lord of the Divine Tomb frowned slightly because the black and white giant had self-detonated in advance and collapsed into countless pieces of black and white flesh. The blade of annihilation did not hit the giant at all. It's not that easy to escape. The Lord of the Divine Tomb's voice was filled with indifference. He pointed with his right hand, and the blade of annihilation was annihilated, turning into countless small black knives. These small black knives shot out like sharp arrows, piercing towards the collapsed pieces of black and white flesh. Bang, bang, bang. Every piece of black and white flesh that was pierced by the small black knives was completely annihilated. At the same time, the black and white giant's miserable cries rang out in the surroundings. Bastards, you intruders, remember this. I will never let you go. Even if I have to sacrifice all the failed parasites here, I will kill you all. The black and white giant's vicious voice echoed in everyone's ears. For a moment, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. The Lord of the Divine Tomb narrowed his eyes. Although the blade of annihilation had destroyed most of the black and white giant's flesh, a small part of it still escaped. With the giant's regenerative ability, it probably wouldn't die at all. As long as it was given enough time, it could recover again. Look, the black vortex in the sky is shattering. What a terrifying power. Suddenly, someone pointed at the black vortex formed by the fusion of countless strange human figures. Zhuowen also looked in that direction and saw countless cracks on the surface of the vortex. As more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the whirlpool, a destructive force swept out. This force was getting more and more terrifying. The moment the black whirlpool completely collapsed, the black whirlpool suddenly collapsed. This destructive power underwent an earth-shattering change. A huge whirlwind swept out from the collapsed vortex. This whirlwind was too terrifying, as if it could annihilate all living things. Do Hua, Old Man Gu, and Yang Yi's expressions changed slightly as they quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the whirlwind that could tear everything apart. Besides that, the 4 masters of the battlefield and the other heavenly immortal realm experts left this place with astounded expressions. Miserable shrieks suddenly rang out. Because 2 heavenly immortal patriarchs were a step too slow, they were immediately swept into the whirlwind that could shatter heaven and earth. The shrieks stopped abruptly as the 2 heavenly immortal patriarchs were directly shattered. Even the primordial spirits in their dantians were unable to survive. This scene caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts, especially the other heavenly immortal patriarchs. Their eyes were filled with shock as they quickly retreated, distancing themselves from this terrifying whirlwind. The 8 walls that were originally arranged around Zhuowen and the first mountain god instantly cracked upon contact with the collapsing force of the black whirlwind. Then they collapsed. The first mountain god narrowed his eyes. He waved his right sleeve and immediately retreated with Zhuowen out of the range of the black whirlwind. Shiji followed closely behind. For a moment, everyone in the surroundings dispersed and distanced themselves from the terrifying whirlwind. Their eyes narrowed into needles as they stared at the whirlwind that was getting more and more terrifying. The black whirlwind whistled out and immediately caused the entire space to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Rumble! This tremor was too terrifying. Not only was it transmitted within this space, but it was also transmitted outside the space. The entire heavenly armor planet was trembling violently. The cracks on the surface of the heavenly armor planet, which was already riddled with holes, were increasing continuously. What's going on? What's going on inside the heavenly armor planet? In a barren desert, Ji Qinyan took a step forward and flew into the sky, looking at the countless howling yellow sandstorms around her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In particular, the terrifying tremor that came from the depths of the earth caused Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes to be filled with uncertainty. The tremor was too intense. Ji Qinyan could even clearly hear her own heartbeat being deeply affected by the tremor. Not only Ji Qinyan, but the other cultivators in various places of the heavenly armor planet were also shocked. They all flew into the sky, not daring to come into contact with the crumbling surface of the heavenly armor planet. As for some unlucky cultivators, because they were closer to the Black Lake, where the tremor was the strongest, they were caught off guard and instantly turned into dust. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, in the sky above the mysterious space deep underground, the cracks in the black vortex that was constantly rotating almost spread all over its body. Then it directly collapsed, and an unimaginably terrifying power spread out in all directions. Then an impact force spread out in all directions like a monstrous tsunami. In an instant, the entire mysterious space was filled with it. Many heavenly immortal patriarchs, who had retreated to the edge of the space, were pale as snow when they came in contact with the terrifying impact force. Then they spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly used all their skills to resist the powerful impact force. However, the impact force was too terrifying. Even if these heavenly immortal patriarchs used all their skills, they were still barely able to resist it. Among them, Ji Wubbing of the Immortal Clan, He Wushang of the Wang Rin Clan, Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy Clan, Dong Fangxin of the Heavy Shield Clan, and Kong Lianshuan of the Blood Sacrifice Clan all took out their respective saint talismans. With the help of the saint talismans, the 5 of them were in a much better condition than the other heavenly immortals. However, it was still obvious that they were barely holding on. Bang! 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 On the other side, 5 of the 10 corpse kings' coffins directly exploded, and 5 corpses with dense death chi walked out from within. The 5 corpses growled as they constantly resisted the terrifying impact force. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the 5 corpses did not resist for long before they were directly blasted into powder by the terrifying impact force. They were dead to begin with, and it was only because of their coffins that their corpses were perfectly preserved. Once their coffins were destroyed, they were actually much weaker than ordinary celestial immortals. Now, under this terrifying impact, there was no way for them to survive. The other 5 corpse kings were greatly shocked. The death chi on the surface of their coffins became denser and denser as they tried their best to resist the terrifying impact force from the surroundings. The cultivation of the 4 lords of the battlefield, Do Hua, Old Gu, and the others was far superior to the others. Resisting the impact force at the edge of the area was not too much of a problem. Zhuowen, be careful! The first mountain god stood in front of Zhuowen and resisted the powerful impact force from the front with his powerful body. All of you must die. When everyone barely managed to stand firm under the impact force, a resentful voice suddenly sounded, and then everyone heard the sound of glass shattering. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass shattering became denser and denser, almost converging into an ear-piercing symphony. Do Hwa's pupils shrank as he said in a low voice, "This space is completely shattered. That guy is so ruthless. In order to annihilate us, he actually intends to shatter this entire space." Unfortunately, as soon as Do Hwa finished speaking, the space completely collapsed. Gusts of void storms rushed into the sky, covering the world, as if the end of the world had arrived. The moment the space shattered, the impact force that had originally spread in all directions suddenly became even more terrifying. There were only 9 heavenly immortals left, but 4 of them could not withstand this terrifying force, and all of them collapsed and were annihilated. Even their primordial spirits did not escape. As for He Wushang, Ji Wubing, and the other 4, with the help of the holy talisman, although they all spat out a mouthful of blood, they still managed to withstand it. Of the remaining 5 corpse kings, 4 of them had their coffins shattered, and the corpse kings had also died unnatural deaths. For a moment, only the first corpse king was still bitterly holding on among the 10 great corpse kings. Not only them, but Do Hwa and the other true immortals also began to struggle. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space exploded, and then the others who were still struggling to hold on were scattered and flew out of the shattered space. Even experts at the level of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, and Do Hwa were no exception. The first mountain god, who had been blocking in front of Zhuowen, groaned, and his stalwart body involuntarily flew out. The moment the first mountain god flew out, Zhuowen immediately displayed his perfect sacred body, and at the same time formed the gate of reincarnation with millions of underworld water droplets blocking in front of him. Puff! The impact force swept over, but the gate of reincarnation only lasted for a few breaths of time before the impact force slammed heavily on Zhuowen's body. A sharp pain filled Zhuowen's entire body, and he felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Then he flew out in another direction. When everyone was sent flying out of the space, the originally fragmented space suddenly exploded. An unimaginable explosive force spread out in the space with a loud bang. When the people who flew out saw the space explode, a look of relief appeared in their eyes. However, the aftermath of the space explosion was not so easy to resist, and many people were seriously injured by the explosive force. Puff!